$100, I think, last time I checked. I think it's all because of that video. But can he play the kazoo? I don't know if he can play the kazoo. He can play any fucking, like, listen, this guy's actually fucking crazy. You know what I should do? I should do this. There we go. This guy is actually one of the craziest. It's Ichika Nito. Let's see here. Stop. Videos. He always puts out these short little 30-second videos. Like, how can I play this? What is this? That shit's fucking crazy. How does a motherfucker get that good? How does someone get that fucking good? I don't know the answer. It's insane. 1 second. Let me get all of the chats out here. Have you seen American lefties freaking about Europe? Fosh's entire take is libs bad, unironically triggered. Are you talking about the recent elections that happened in Europe? I don't understand very much about what happens over in Europe. So I haven't really looked into it at all. I know that I don't know if the far right or like the center right has won like crazy over there, but let me see here. We got a bunch of things in the content suggestions. We're going to be actually piloting that new segment today. Let's see here. This shit is tight. No, this shit is tight. It's not even a genre or a type of guitar playing that I'm interested in learning. But if you give this motherfucker any stringed instrument, he's going to do great on it. Are you finished moving to Washington, D.C.? It's not happening until July. We're driving on July the 18th over there. So we're just in the packing stage right now. Just in the packing stage. Here's a short explainer. We'll watch that here in a second. Right now we're watching Ichika Nito do crazy shit on guitar. This thing is so fucking cool, but I will never own one because it's too expensive and I just can't justify it. But it's so, dude, the hybrid. I hope this isn't, like, you can scroll down right here and you'll see if it's copyrighted. And these are all like little bitty, like half of his songs are like when you're late to school and mom didn't get you McDonald's breakfast. Like that's what he names his songs. Let me see here. When a band only gives you 30 seconds to... Here's my thing. I think that people that have like the opinion like, oh, Zoomer music is so terrible, right? Like what is all this trap rap and all of that? Sure, you can hate that. You can hate this type of guitar, but boy, fucking howdy. If there hasn't been a massive surge in the quality of guitarists in the past, I want to say like 5 to 10 years. Like there was basically no importance put on the guitar player from the late 90s through basically still now kind of, but the like Polyphia and people like that, they started doing some crazy shit on the guitar. Some crazy shit on the guitar that no one's ever really done before. People have tapped before. People have used harmonics. People have used pinch harmonics, right? But nobody's just slapped all over the fucking guitar from the bridge down all the way up to the fucking, tuners. Sondsol was playing guitar today. No, I don't feel like it. Because as soon as I bust out the guitar, then it's going to be another like 30 minutes of people requesting me trying to learn a riff. And then I'm going to try and learn a riff, but it's going to be some dumb... I almost said the R word. Sorry, Tron. I saved myself. But people are going to tell me to learn some some riff, and it's going to be some stupid fucking tuning. And I'm going to have to tune my guitar so that I can play the riff. And I don't want to do that, so we're not going to bust out the guitar today. I do not like having to retune my guitar. I don't even like going into drop D because it's annoying when I pick it back up and I have to realize, oh, wait, something's wrong here. Something's off here. Tuning a guitar is easy, but it's not something I want to do. If you want the genuine reason why I'm interested in philosophy conversations, I want to develop ideological beliefs coherently. Metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, and political prescriptions should not be incongruent with each other, and each should be logically grounded and considered. Yeah, but you're 16 years old. You're 16 years old. Your beliefs today are going to be different than they are in 2 years, and those are going to be different than they are going to be in 4 years. You're in your early part of your life. Don't put too much stock in anything that you believe now because it's going to change. Not because of circumstances, not because of, well, I guess because of circumstances. It's because you're going to like live more and you're going to learn more about life. And the more that you learn about life, the more that your opinion about what the world is and what it should be like is going to change massively. What I'm not saying like don't do that. What I'm saying is don't think that because you've done research into philosophy that your beliefs aren't going to change or that they shouldn't change. I genuinely, like, on one hand, it's cool that you're 16 years old and you're interested in that stuff and you want to have that logical cohesion in your fucking brain. Like, on one hand, that's pretty cool. On the other hand, I don't think that that's a good thing for you as a person. Just like if there was like a kid in my life that was talking to me about this shit, like I would say, that's pretty cool. Go throw a football. Go to the mall with your friends. People didn't go to the mall when I was in high school, so it's probably dead, but you know what I mean? Like go and do something. You know? Give him a break. I'm just telling him like the realistic view I have of things. I don't think that kids shouldn't go into things because, oh, this is just like an adult topic, or, you know, like on most things, there's very few things that I don't think that a kid should look into or be interested in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I do think that they should be taken in moderation at younger ages. Just because, like, you need to have some, like, happy, fun times instead of worrying about existential dread as a 16-year-old, right? I'm not saying that you don't. I'm just saying that, like, you're putting so much importance on it at a point in your life that it's not going to affect you in any way, shape, or form. And, like, for 99% of people in society, in all of human history, 99% of people have no use for studying or looking into philosophy whatsoever. They have both successful and fulfilling lives that are happy. Now, I personally like philosophy, and that's a cool thing to like. But I think that, like, I don't know. I don't have like a strong statement or like a full-fledged argument on this. I just think that people should focus on, you know, being a kid while they're a kid, focus on being a teenager while they're a teenager, and then once you become an adult, now it's time to, you know, do that stuff. Talk about philosophical beliefs cited. I mean, I do. It's just like not the focal point, because there's the philosophical aspect of politics. There is the practical application of politics, and I'm more interested right now in the practical application of politics. It's a shame that you weren't in stream, you know, 2 years ago when I was interested in philosophy on stream. But it's just not something that I do on a regular basis. Read the paper by George Orwell. Which paper by George Orwell. I actually had to read a fuckload of stuff by George Orwell right for the end of the semester for a paper that I had to write. So I might have read it. Yes, I had to read that exact. I actually think that I have it. Here, 1 second. Let me go full screen cam. It's one of the most interesting papers I've read in possibly in my life. Let me see here. And I agreed with it so strongly. Downloads. Earlier this year. Okay, those are air horns. Okay, let's see here. I know that I have it on here. Let me see here. Okay, let's do it by file type. There we go. Okay, it would have been 2024. Oh, maybe I don't have it easily accessible. That's a shame. I thought it was right there. Okay, well. We should start content, right? If you can remind me what the name of the paper is. I fucking love that paper so much. All beliefs, including the practical application of societal structures and human nature, inherently tie into the philosophical, metaphysical, axiomatic beliefs you subscribe to. That's what you don't understand. I do understand that. I'm not, English language and politics. Copy. Paste. Essay by George Orwell. These 5 passages have not been picked out because they are especially bad. I could have quoted far worse if I had chosen, but because they illustrate various of the mental vices from which we now suffer. They are a little below the average, but are fairly representative examples. I number them so I can refer back to them when necessary. Oh, so it was like a less poetic way to for him to have worded his thesis of this, because I don't want to read all this out. Hey, listen, I highly recommend that you guys read this paper that Tron's referencing here, The Politics in the English Language by George Orwell. Super, super, super interesting. Maybe one day, if I care more, I will read it. How's it going, Bones? My guy. All right, so it seems like we got most everyone that's going to jump into chat in chat now. And can you say, this is the last thing I want to respond to you about philosophy, Front Yard Shield, and then we're going to move on. And you can say you have considered philosophy before, but again, look at Jordan Peterson. Can you explain to me what Dostoevsky's theory of existentialist pathology and the religious versus secular solutions debate? No, I can't. But this is like this is what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about the practical application versus just like the theories behind stuff, you bringing up that specifically. You bringing up that specifically and saying, "Hey, can you even tell me what this is?" This Dostoevsky's theory of existentialist pathology and the religious versus secular solutions debate. No, I can't. But that doesn't matter. This is like intellectual jerking off. Not to have that conversation, but to put so much importance on it that, like, without knowing that specific thing, you can't talk about politics, or you're not like as good at politics, or whatever the fuck that means. Like that, it doesn't. That you don't need to know Dostoevsky or what the fuck ever. I don't need to know any Russian by name or anything that they thought. I don't need to know any German philosopher or European philosopher, African, Eastern, American. I don't need to know a single goddamn philosopher's name to understand politics, have baseline values, and advocate for policy. Philosophy is one of those things that everybody engages in. Everyone has some underlying value, but not everyone like researches into philosophy. Everyone practices it. Very few people actually. Now we got fighting between Kick and YouTube chat. I fucking love it. I love it. All right. Anyways, yeah. Should time out for Archil until he needs to read that essay and give us a good summary of it. Yeah. Yeah, every single time he starts annoying the fuck out of me and you know, one-guying me in chat, every time he does that, we're going to give him a reading assignment, and he has to write an essay about it. And if I don't ideologically agree, he gets timed up for another full day. That's what we're going to do. We're just going to bully him. No. Okay, let's look at the EU election results explained.
Europe. Over the last 4 days, more than 400 million Europeans were able to hit the polls from 27 European countries to choose the next 720 MEPs in the European Parliament for the next 5 years. And in this video, we will explain to you what they mean. Alright, so here's the deal. There are hundreds of national parties across all European nation states. Yes, it's a bit of a party jungle out there. But don't worry, we're not going to go through them one by one. Instead, we'll zoom out a bit and look at the bigger picture on a European level. You see, these national parties team up and form 7 major European political groups. Think of it as an Avengers-style team-up, but for politics. For instance, in the EPP, you have Germany's CDU-CSU, Spain's PP, and Italy's Forza Italia, among many others. So who came in 7th? The left in the European Parliament group did, with 35 seats, representing left-wing parties all across the bloc. Now keep in mind that these results aren't...
Sorry, I was fucking with shit.
And in this video, we will explain to you what they mean. Alright, so here's the deal. There are hundreds of national parties across all European nation states. Yes, it's a bit of a party jungle out there. But don't worry, we're not going to go through them one by one. Instead, we'll zoom out a bit and look at the bigger picture on a European level. You see, these national parties team up and form 7 major European political groups. Think of it as an Avengers-style team-up, but for politics. For instance, in the EPP, you have Germany's CDU-CSU, Spain's PP, and Italy's Forza Italia, among many others. So who came in 7th? The left in the European Parliament group did.
Yeah, why does Panda, actually, so just curious. Also, Tron, this isn't going to be a segment. This is just me listening and learning, okay? Just so you know. But Panda, why don't you go to like one of the bigger like philosophy people, like President Sunday, someone that does talk about philosophy on a regular basis on their stream, and bother them about it? Like genuine question. Like I know that I make myself available a lot more to talk and to respond, because President Sunday is probably a little less responsive to chat than I am. But why don't you bother him about it? Sunday and philosophy? Hey, the guy knows his philosophy. I don't agree with him on philosophy. I don't think that he's 100% correct on philosophy. But I do talk to Jacob, who? I've never heard of either of those people. But like you're talking to people that already like agree with you on like the religion aspect.
With 35 seats, representing left-wing parties all across the bloc. Now keep in mind that these results aren't completely final, but they're accurate to about 98%. The left group is composed of various parties from different countries, with the biggest being La France Insoumise with 9 seats, Greece's Syriza with 3 seats, and then Germany's Die Linke with only 2 seats. So how did they perform to the last time? Well, they actually experienced a small shift, losing 2 seats. And if you want more detail about what they stand for, please see the video linked above. So who came in 6th? The Greens did, with 53 seats.
Never trust a British person to win a war on their own. Never trust a British person to not eat disgusting food. Never trust a British person to have good dental health. And never trust a British person to say the word 6th. Never, ever trust a British person to say the word 6th. He's Dutch. He said 6th. So he's British to me.
Championing environmental and progressive causes. The Greens group is made up of various parties from across Europe. For example, Germany's Bündnis 90 and Die Grünen with 13 seats, France's Ecologists with 5 seats, and the Dutch GroenLinks with 4 seats. So how did they perform compared to last time?
Hey, how's it going,
for
Kalinda?
them, they took a
Isn't Panaman far right? Wouldn't Sunday just ban him? He isn't exactly open to disagreements. I think, you know what? I think if I put in a good word and gave him the potential for content, he might consider it. He might consider it. Now, that's not to say that me and Sunday are on good terms necessarily. I don't think that we are. But might be good content for him. Who knows?
massive hit, losing 18 seats in total. But despite this setback, they remain committed to pushing for environmental sustainability and social justice. And if you want to learn more about them, see the link above. So who came in 5th place? Well, the Identity and Democracy ID group did, with 58 seats, known for their nationalist and Eurosceptic stance. The IND group is composed of various parties from across Europe. The biggest by far is France's National Rally, with a whopping 30 seats, followed by the Dutch PVV with 7 seats, and Italy's Lega with 7 seats. So how did they perform compared to last time? Well, they saw a noticeable change, gaining 9 seats. This gain would have been even more if Germany...
Centrists stay winning. Centrists stay winning, my guys. I hope the new right revolution in Europe has the balls to stand up to these invaders. I don't know which from the Arab world. Okay, well, I was going to say the Russian invaders into Ukraine, but I don't...
Germany's AfD had not been kicked out of the IND group only a couple of weeks ago. This positions them as a significant force in EU politics, and if you want more details about what they stand for, again, check out the link above. Now, before we go to the top 4, have you ever wondered about your own family's past? This brings me to today's sponsor, MyHeritage, a true game changer. I started by simply entering information about my parents.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna skip past this part, okay? Just because I am impatient. I don't like skipping past people's endorsements or their sponsorships or anything. Sign up for it if this is something that you're interested in. Here's his
Explore the
pitch.
vast resources of MyHeritage. Start your journey into your family's past today and find the link in the description. So who came in 4th? Well, it was the European Conservatives and Reformists, also called ECR, with 72 seats, known for their conservative and soft Eurosceptic policies. The ECR is composed of various parties from across Europe, the biggest being Italy's Brothers of Italy with 23 seats, Poland's Law and Justice Party with 20 seats, and Spain's Vox with 6 seats. So how did they perform compared to last time? Well, they saw a solid performance, gaining 3 seats, positioning them as an even more significant force in EU politics. For more information about the group, check out the link above. So now, what about 3rd place? And can we have a drumroll, please? And it is the centrist Renew Europe group, known for their pro-European and liberal stance, with a total of 83 seats. The Renew Europe group is composed of various parties from across Europe, and the biggest are France's Renaissance Party and their allies with 13 seats, Czechia's Anno Party with 7 seats, and Progressive Slovakia with 6 seats. But how did they perform compared to last time? Well, they experienced a significant downward shift, losing a staggering 19 seats. Nonetheless, they are still a major player in EU politics, and for more information, check the link above. So who is the runner-up? And we need another drumroll, please. It's the center-left S&D group with a total of 135 seats. The S&D group consists of the following parties from all over Europe, and the biggest are Spain's Workers' Party with 20 seats, Italy's Democratic Party with 19 seats, and France's Socialist Party with 13 seats.
Ew.
When we compare their performance to the last time,
Wait,
they actually...
the centrist party is the one that came out on top? But they have socialists? The centrist socialists? Wait, sorry, maybe I misunderstood.
Another drum roll,
Let me go
please.
back a little bit.
It's the center-left S&D group with a total of 135 seats. The S&D group consists of the following parties from all over Europe, and the biggest are Spain's Workers' Party with 20 seats, Italy's Democratic Party with 19 seats, and France's Socialist Party with 13 seats. When we compare their performance to the last time, they actually lost a few seats, 4 of them. But they won't be too upset, as they are still the second most dominant force. And if you want more information, as usual, see the link above. So who's the big winner here? Well, a final drumroll please, because it is the center-right EPP group who snagged the most seats with a total of 189. The EPP is made up of loads of parties from all across Europe, the biggest being the CDU and CSU from Germany with 31 seats, then Spain's PPP with 22 seats, and then Poland's Civic Coalition with 18 seats. When we compare their performance to last time, they actually gained loads of new seats, 13 of them, and this makes them by far the largest party in EU politics. And if you want more details about what they actually want for Europe, see the link above. So here you have a final overview of the European groups. But hold your horses. These are the groups we've had in the previous 5-year parliament. National parties might shuffle around, meaning that these numbers might change. And guess what? New groups can form too.
Yeah, the center left, number 2, and the center right, number 1. With not that much of a... How many? There's like 700 and something spots? Plus 54? That's not that bad when you have like all these other left-wing groups below you that are willing to back you up. I don't know how much is on the other side
There
of the right.
have been rumors of an ECR ID supergroup that could catapult them to second place. Or maybe Meloni's party will ditch the ECR and join forces with von der Leyen in the EPP group. While both of these moves are long shots, they are still in the realm of possibility. Plus, you may have noticed earlier that there are 95 MEPs in the non-aligned pile, meaning they do not have a political affiliation yet. This includes Germany's AfD and Hungary's Fidesz camp. They could potentially jump ship and join one of these groups to beef them up. Basically, what I am trying to say is that a lot can change. So what did we learn? Well, it looks like the right wing had quite the party. All the right-leaning groups in the European Parliament gained extra MEPs, and that's not even counting the AfD folks who are currently flying solo. But Ursula von der Leyen was the star of the show, snagging the most seats and adding 13 more to her tally from last time. On the flip side, the Greens and the Liberals had a bit of a rough night, losing the most seats. This was so shocking that Macron called for a French election right after his poor showing against Marine Le Pen, and the Belgian Prime Minister even resigned after his party's defeat. We will definitely produce more videos about this in the coming week, so stay tuned. But in a nutshell, the EPP, S&D, and Renew Europe still have the majority if you add up their seats, so we'll most likely have the same coalition as last time. There's so much happening though, and we'll keep you updated with all the juicy details, so don't forget to subscribe and stay in the loop with all things European. Oh, and remember to check out My Heritage. Start your 14-day trial to journey into your family's past today. Find the link in the description. Thank you so much for watching, and if you want to support us further, please consider signing up on Patreon. See you soon.
All right, let's look at this thing that Panda Man sent us.
And I'd like to take a little...
Something about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let's see what it says. U.S. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene highlights Ukraine's dark underbelly to Congress, provides receipts. 7 views 1 month ago. Here's what I'll say before even watching it. She's going to bring up corruption, anti-democratic practices, etc. I'm probably not going to necessarily disagree. But again, the entire argument, the entire point of supporting Ukraine, you don't have to like hold on to those specifically as values in order to, in order to support Ukraine. You can do it in a purely just Machiavellian way. Just, yeah, no, I think that it is fine to use these guys. They've been allied with us. They seem to be on the same page as us for several different reasons. So therefore, I'm in favor of helping them out. And Russia is antagonistic. Seems like we have shared goals in that regard. So therefore, I'm going to support Ukraine because they can fight Russia when we can just give them the bombs to do so. You can totally just do it on those grounds. That being said, I can also totally defend the idea that even though Ukraine has had these issues with like democratic practices, or every country is going to have extremists from every extreme that you could possibly imagine in their country, like law of large numbers and like the fact that we have such a interconnected world. Like, just by virtue of that, you're going to get more extremists in basically every country, basically ever. Like, that's just a given. That's just a fact of the matter. So just because a country does have extremists in it that like we would find extremely unpalatable, like Nazis or something like that, doesn't automatically mean that all of the shit that you've heard about, Ukraine, or, why we should not be involved in Ukraine or whatever the fuck, doesn't change any of those facts at all. So. My summer break just officially started. Based, Aaron. I was lucky and I had my summer break start about a couple of months ago. Or I say a couple of months ago. Fuck. Did my semester end in May? Yeah, I guess it did. Just last month, about halfway through. But I'm so glad that it is over. And I am so not glad that I am not in school. I am not done with school, but I'm ready for myself to be done with school. Have I taken my medicine? I can't fucking speak. I'm going to give it 30 minutes before I take the medicine and see if I... because I'm just worried that I'm going to accidentally double dose it, but...
And I'd like to take a little time to respond to some misinformation that has been spread here. Mr. Snyder, you said in your opening statement that the fact that there are neo-Nazis in the Ukrainian military is disinformation, a disinformation.
It's not that it's disinformation, it's that it's selective information that leaves out a broader context that essentially makes it into disinformation. This is why I fucking hate the terms disinformation, misinformation. People have different definitions for those. It's true. There were Nazis and probably still are some Nazis in the Ukrainian military. But again, there's probably neo-Nazis in every single Western military in the entire Western world. There's probably some Nazis in Eastern. They just have slightly different philosophies behind things, like the Russians. Like, the Russians are unironically the closest thing to a fascist state that I know of in terms of like relevant political geopolitical actors that I know about. Like, Zambia could be fully fucking fascist and I just don't fucking know it because I don't know anything about Zambia, right? But in terms of relevant political actors to the United States, Russia's probably the closest, with China being the second closest. But the reason I say they're close is mostly just on the fact of the authoritarianism. Like, I don't know an unbelievable amount about China's underlying philosophy of things. It seems like they certainly are more socialistic than fascistic. Although, like, I could also make arguments against that, but it seems to be that case. Russia, though, I think that a lot of the things that I would point towards for fascism, like the corporatism, the kind of blood and soil speak, the insane machismo behind everything, the constant need for warfare to legitimize yourself, the aggrievement culture in these things, like, that's what I would point towards when it comes to like fascism. And boy, Russia has the biggest victim complex. Russia has the biggest, like all of those things that I'm mentioning. Like that is Russia. I wouldn't say that they're Nazi necessarily, because that implies a lot more than I would put on Russia. But like Gas is saying, like in like the classical fascism sense, I would say Russia is closer to that than anything.
Trope and a Russian denazification meme. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record this 2021 Time magazine article titled How a White Supremacist Militia Uses Facebook to Radicalize and Train New Members about the Ukrainian neo-Nazi Azov Battalion.
Without objection to order.
2021 Time magazine article titled How a White Supremacist Militia Uses Facebook to Radicalize and Train New Members about the Ukrainian neo-Nazi Azov Battalion.
Without objection.
Congratulations. You've stumbled upon the idea that people use the internet for political means, especially radical ones, because they're not accepted in general polite society in almost any country that has, essentially like classic liberal values. Like basically every country is going to have this problem that has access to the internet on a like pretty widely shared basis. Like this is just going to be a thing.
Ordered.
Thank you. Time also put together a piece only 3 years ago, and it's quite an extensive video that gives full information about the Nazis in Ukraine and their recruitment efforts that go all around the world. It's amazing to me that just in a few years' time, it's now considered.
Just to be like, this is my problem. Like, obviously, I have no love for any Nazi, basically anywhere. What I have a problem with people pointing out the like Ukrainian Azov Nazi problem, whatever the fuck. The problem that I have with that is the fact that it's always selective. It's always so selective. We never want to talk about the fact that, the Wagner group in Russia, a literally like state sanctioned militia that works on behalf of the state, that takes direction from the state, from Putin, was founded by a guy that has an SS tattoo on his neck and then like several like swastika bearing tattoos on his body. Like he is an actual. Why do you think it's called the Wagner Group? Like, who was Hitler's favorite guy? Who was his favorite composer? It was Wagner. Who did the Nazis mandate their music be played outside of every German factory that they nationalized? Fucking Wagner. There's a reason they chose Wagner and not the Beethoven group, okay? Not the Wolfgang Amadeus, whatever the fuck. That's not the name of their group. It is the Wagner Group, with the name chosen by a guy with swastika tattoos all over him. Kind of hard to ignore that little, piece of the puzzle, in my opinion,
misinformation to talk about the Nazis in Ukraine. I'd like to quote the article. It says that Ali Soufan, a security consultant and former FBI agent who has studied Azov Nazis, estimates that more than 17,000 foreign fighters have come to Ukraine over the past 6 years from 50 countries. According to Christopher Wray, the FBI director, he said that Azov has been recruiting and radicalizing and training.
Have all of those gone into the Azov battalion specifically? Because my understanding before the invasion. Now, someone can correct me because I could be wrong here. Okay, my understanding is prior to the invasion in 2022, the Azov was mainly relegated to the areas outside of Mariupol. I hope I'm saying it right. Mariupol. Like, they were basically relegated to that area specifically. And the reason for that is because they were the Azov, the Sea of Azov. That's where Mariupol is. And I hope I'm saying Mariupol right too. This is the problem. This is why I'll never be this is why I will never work in foreign relations or anything like that in my career, because I don't want to mispronounce some shit and cause some international incident, okay? I don't want to do that shit.
American citizens for years. He also finished saying in his testimony to the U.S. Senate that American white supremacists are actually traveling overseas to train. This is an extremely concerning situation. I don't think anyone in the United States government, Americans, do not support actual Nazis or white supremacists. I know I certainly do not. And I can't understand.
Oh, shit. I don't know how far I accidentally just skipped because I was trying to slow down my game. Briahna segment? We'll be doing that here in a second. I just wanted to make sure that I don't think that my medicine is working, so we're going to have to, or that I don't think that I took my medicine. So after this segment, then we'll do that and then reconvene. All right.
According to Christopher Wray, the FBI director, he said that Azov has been recruiting and radicalizing and training American citizens for years. He also finished saying in his testimony to the U.S. Senate that American white supremacists are actually traveling overseas to train. This is an extremely concerning situation. I don't think anyone in the United States government, Americans, do not support actual Nazis or white supremacists. I know I certainly do not.
See, this is the problem. I don't think, because nobody knows what white supremacy or Nazism actually is. The left doesn't, the right doesn't. And so the left will attack people for perceived white supremacy, and the right will endorse people because they're too stupid to, they're so ideologically mind fucked by everything that they're totally fine with ignoring actual white supremacy. So the left is accidentally attacking people for white supremacy. The right is accidentally endorsing white supremacist talking points. Yeah, but for some reason, Nazis love themselves some MAGA. Yeah, for some reason, the isolationist, nationalistic, fascist, core of what a neo-Nazi is, for some reason likes the isolationist, ideologically conservative MAGA movement.
And I can't understand why.
Do you think I have some inherent mental situation which makes me easy to manipulate listening to others who are confident? No. I think that the mental situation that you have is that you are 16 years old.
Just a short amount of time, this information that our own American media...
It feels so bad to say that, because I shouldn't attack people based off of their age, their religion, their race, their creed, whatever the fuck. I shouldn't really criticize anyone based off of their looks or their age or something like that. But what I'm trying to get across there is, when I was 16 and someone said, "Oh, you're just you're 16, your views will change," I got very angry about that. Or not angry. What's indignant? Like, I obviously know enough to form an opinion. You old fucking codger. Like, suck my cock. What do you want from me? But also, the older I get, the more I realize that that is true to an extent. To an extent, it's true. You can be very easily manipulated into stuff from a young age because you haven't developed the eye for people trying to trick you. You haven't developed like those things that you develop later on as an adult, right? People trying to take advantage of you either for political reasons, for, you know, their own personal, like, you know, financial reasons. There are people that will take advantage of you and try and lie to you and shit like that. And when you're younger, you don't recognize that. When I was younger, I was a socialist. Sondsol, she doesn't support it. Oh, she doesn't support Nazis? What is this?
But I want to say it very clearly and very directly. I believe this election was stolen from Donald J. Trump.
I will never, ever apologize for objecting to an unconstitutional election in November of 2020.
See, like, this is, I disagree with, like, McCain-style Republicans. I disagree with Romney's, you know, like, conservatives from when I was a kid. I never thought that they were evil until, like, the Trump people started coming around. And then I thought that there were a lot of evil people there, like, especially in the early part of that, where there were way more white supremacists, way more open about all of their beliefs, and, you know, seemingly not getting a lot of pushback or even acknowledgement from the right. So, like, on there, I would say, yeah, I probably did have some feelings of, like, these people are just fucking evil, man. These people are evil. But also, I don't think that conservatism or conservatives just baseline are evil. I can disagree with their positions, et cetera, et cetera. But when you're sitting here and you're just jumping on, riding the dick of some guy that literally only cares about himself. Listen, Trump only cares about himself. Something that I've been listening to, like, for the past 2 days, the news is all of these people jumping on board with Trump making his entire campaign about retribution. And I'm not saying retribution because I'm just trying to, you know, expand what they're saying and misrepresent. That's the word that they're using. Revenge, retribution. We're going to go after people that stood against me. Like, Trump is saying that, right? And these people are reaffirming that by saying, like, yeah, the election was stolen and everything, like, the Democrats stole everything from the Republicans and we're going to get them back. It's like, this is fundamentally antithetical to everything that we as Americans should hold dear. This is fundamentally antithetical to everything that, as a capital L liberal, right? Someone that believes in, you know, freedom of speech, the basic premises upon which this country was founded. We should outright be opposed to this. It's terrifying that people are like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. We should be locking up everyone that disagrees with Trump. We should be locking up, you know, people that are, you know, against what he stands for, against what he, you know, like people who have persecuted him and people around him, all the people that were judges or prosecutors for the January 6th cases, for those hostages, those holy warriors. I'm pretty sure Trump called them holy warriors or some shit like that in the past couple of days. Like, people complain about the idea of civility politics, but civility politics is actually, like, pretty base. You should be civil. You should be able to be civil with people that you disagree with. on the ideological basis without wanting to lock them up. Now, my opinion doesn't change about like Trump going through his criminal trials. I think that if you've done something criminal and you're being prosecuted for it, you should, yeah. But like to go after someone because they prosecuted you is so antithetical to like rule of law. It's so antithetical to anything that we should care about. But notice my political conversations with you. I do defend Trump from unfair prosecution, but I do criticize Republicans. That's because they aren't pro-closing borders, ending the Fed, prosecuting COVID regime. Yeah, see, you're doing the prosecuting COVID regime. That's why I think, like, you're, yeah. Yeah, you critique the right from the wrong direction. You critique the right from, like, the far right. You don't think that they go far enough in being crazy conservatives.
President Trump was right. The Clintons spied on him.
They were trying to censor us, silence us, cancel us, muzzle us. In fact, they had just told me that because I stood up and objected on January 6th, that I ought to be run out of the United States Senate. I've gotten...
Yeah, you should have. Yeah, you should have. Because you're part of the fucking problem. Because you're part of the people that are poisoning the brains of everyone. Poisoning the brains of everyone in this fucking country. Yeah, you are part of the problem.
News for you. I wasn't backing down then. I haven't changed my mind now.
Such a tough guy, that Josh Hawley. Those are the Republican stars of this weekend event known as CPAC, firmly planted in an entirely alternate universe of the big lie cult. And while the MAGA rally atmosphere has become the mainstream for the Republican Party, it's all essentially interchangeable. The real vanguard of the conservative movement was at a competing adjacent event. This one organized by an avowed white supremacist called the America First Political Action Conference. You could call it a fringe gathering, except for the fact that 2 sitting members of Congress were a part of it. Republicans Paul Gosar of Arizona and Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. Now listen to what Nick Fuentes, the anti-Semitic white nationalist leader of the conference, said just before introducing his...
And see, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she says that she doesn't support or like anything like neo-Nazis, but then like the guy that said he wants to be Hitler... he doesn't want to be Hitler 2. He wants to be Hitler 2, 3, 4, and 5 or some shit like that. And she's sitting here shaking his hand, speaking at his event. And you want to say, I don't support neo-Nazis in any capacity. I don't think any American does. You do, actually, Mrs. Green. You do. I forgot about that. I forgot that she was literally at America First PAC.
Special guest, Congresswoman Green.
She disavowed after Fuentes went around with Kanye West. And Kanye West was openly praising Hitler. And Fuentes was openly praising Hitler. That's what it took.
And you want to know the secret? To borrow a phrase from a friend of mine, our secret sauce here, it's these young white men. That's what we call the secret ingredient. America and the world has forgotten about them, but not us. You know, they say about America, they say, diversity is our strength, you know. And I look at China and I look at Russia. Can we give a round of applause for Russia? Yes. Absolutely, absolutely.
Absolutely. Well, that's the podium that Marjorie Taylor Greene then appeared at. And today, she started feeling the heat. She tried to pretend she had no idea who the white supremacist guy was or what he stood for. But you can see from her speech, right after his, that she knew exactly where she was.
You know what it's like to be canceled. And that's why I'm here to talk to you tonight. I don't believe anyone should be canceled. I don't believe in separating people in identities. I don't believe in separating people in classes. But that's what the Democrats believe in, because that's what Marxism is. That's what communism is.
And members of the conservative movement are now, well, they have been for a while, but at this place explicitly normalizing white supremacy. They're in a venue with the leader expressing explicit solidarity with Vladimir Putin as he launches an offense that has shocked the world's conscience. At the same time, and this is a sort of weird aspect of the ideological moment, many Republicans, conservatives are saying, well, this is all Joe Biden's fault. It would have happened on Donald Trump's watch. And here's the thing. They're probably right. That's next.
Okay. Let's keep watching. So, not a fan of Nazis, are we, Miss Green?
Frequently
Hey,
talked
thank you, Shodan Shootman, for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. By the way, if you guys want to like the stream, there's 7 people watching on YouTube, but only 3 likes. Let's bump the like number up. The more people that are in chat, the more people like, the more people will continue to come in. The more people you guys have to interact with, the more people I get to get angry at in chat. Don't forget that. I pay Sondsol to go easy on the Russians. That's true. That's true. I am a paid Russian, a paid American, and a paid Israeli shill. I'm also a paid Ukrainian shill. I'm getting money from all sides. All right? I play all sides in all of these conflicts, so don't accuse me of being biased towards one side. I'm biased towards all sides. They all pay me.
About is no longer talked about. I'd like to point out also, here's an NBC article stating that Ukraine's Nazi problem is real. Mr. Snyder, do you see this headline? This is NBC News. They say that Ukraine's Nazi problem is real,
fucking
even if Putin's denazification claim is not. So even our own American media, unless you consider NBC or Time Magazine misinformation spreaders or disinformation media outlets, this is contrary to what you testified. And there's frequent pictures all over. Anybody can find them of Nazis. Here they are. This looks like something you'd see out of Hitler's Germany from Ukraine.
Yeah?
And this is something that's extremely important to talk about. According to the Council of Europe, however, Ukraine is ranked well in the top half, something that you'd see out of Hitler's Germany.
Oh, it's someone Sieg Heiling. Okay.
From Ukraine.
What about the guys that were at that little powwow with America First that you were at? Would you consider them to be, I don't know, like a little bit Nazi? Because some of those guys did do a little bit of a Hitler salute. Just a little bit of one, okay?
And this is something that's extremely important to talk about. According to the Council of Europe, however, Ukraine is ranked well in the top half of countries in terms of how corrupt they are. In the last 5 years, Ukraine is ranked close to the countries like Gambia, Iran, Myanmar, and Sierra Leone in corruption. That's not very free and democratic company to keep. Ukraine has canceled their elections, arrested members of the press, not allowed different types of religion unless it goes along with the Ukrainian government. And right now, the biggest push in Washington, D.C. is to fund the Ukraine war with another $60 billion. And while we're talking about the CCP, I think it's extremely important to point out that our own wide open border is the most dangerous threat to our national security. According to CBP data, there have been 24,296 Chinese nationals enter the United States at the southern border just this year in 2024. I want you to know that's up 7,000% since Biden took office in 2021. When only 342 Chinese nationals crossed our border. When we're talking about national security and talking about threats through the United States, Congress needs to remember that our open border is the greatest threat to the American people who, by the way, Monday was tax day, April 15th, when struggling Americans pulled together to pay their taxes or filed for extensions or paid money that they just didn't have and desperately are hoping for a tax return. The United States federal government is doing everything they can here in Congress, persuading members of Congress with every lobbyist from foreign countries and groups, trying to tell us to send $100 billion overseas, and we're doing nothing for our border. So when you want to talk about misinformation, Mr. Snyder, you might actually look a little closer to American media if you don't like what they're saying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, there wasn't too much to debunk there, Mr. Front Yard Shield. All right. Republicans have ruined the Southern accent for me. Listen, you know what ruined the Southern accent for me? Living in the South my entire life. Some people, I'll never understand this. Some people hear a Southern accent and they think, man, how charming. How charming. The charming Southern accent. And I think to myself, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? The charming Southern accent. Oh, hey, y'all. I am a Harvard-educated lawmaker. There's just no way to speak like that and sound intelligent. I'm sorry. It's charming if you get served in a diner. There's a... Never mind. I'm not even gonna make that joke. I'll get in trouble. Okay, if I speak, I am in big trouble. Historian debunks Marjorie Taylor Greene on this.
So when you want to talk about misinformation, Mr. Snyder, you might actually look a little closer to American media if you don't like what they're saying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, does he have the opportunity to respond to the gentlelady?
Sure.
Yeah.
I didn't ask him a question,
Her
Mr.
time's
Raskin.
expired.
You asked multiple questions.
First of all, I'd like to thank the representative from Georgia by making clear with her comments and with her person that any discussion of political warfare has to include Russia, Ukraine, and America. She's just demonstrated that point, I think, very powerfully. On the question of Nazis, I've written 2 books as a historian about Nazis and the Holocaust. On the question of...
Wait, so that whole thing was clipped before the guy responded, and he actually has a decent response? Oh, no.
Nope, her
Mr.
time's
Raskin.
expired.
And I don't even think that Panda Man is in chat to see this. Next time Panda Man, listen, next time Panda Man shows up in chat, remind me to watch this again, because I want to see it.
Ask him a question,
Nope, her
Mr.
time's
Raskin.
expired.
You asked multiple questions.
First of all, I'd like to thank the representative from Georgia by making clear with her comments and with her person that any discussion of political warfare has to include Russia, Ukraine, and America. She's just demonstrated that point, I think, very powerfully. On the question of Nazis, I've written 2 books as a historian about Nazis and the Holocaust. On the question of Ukrainian nationalism, I am the leading scholar of that subject in North America and have been writing about it for 20 years. If the chamber is interested in the degree of far-right participation in Ukrainian politics, you can be assured that no far-right party has ever crossed 3% in the Ukrainian election. So, of course, there are bad people in every country, but by any comparative standard is a very small phenomenon. In Russia, on the other hand, the army includes openly Nazi formations, such as Rusich. The government itself is fascist in character, and it is carrying out a war which includes deportation of children by the tens of thousands, the open intention of destroying a state, as well as mass torture. So if we're looking for fascism, and if there is anyone who is sincerely concerned about halting fascism or racism, you would wish to halt Russia.
Jesus, I'm holding on to that. I'm holding on to that tab for when Panda Man comes back through. All right. Let's see here. Man, everybody's freaking the fuck out about Tom. Everybody's freaking the fuck out about Tom. I just don't understand why. Listen, for all the new people that are coming through, this I don't usually talk about the kind of like small world of the Twitch politics that I used to inhabit. I talk about it a little bit, but not as much as I like used to when I was still very much involved with it. Let me tell you something. This Tom character, I don't have any ill will towards him whatsoever. All right. Everybody else, they want to farm him as a lolcow. I don't. I want Tom to succeed. But Tom, yeah, Tom is just ruining his reputation like daily, every single day. With his, I'm sorry, debate pervertry. He's doing like debate pervertry. You can't sit there and argue with people about some things. Some things you either just need to like apologize for, or you need to just never address. If you think it's bullshit, just never address it. Like, that's totally fine too. But you can't live in this like Goldilocks zone of you can't live in this Goldilocks zone of I'm going to address it, I'm going to debate it, but everyone should still be chill with me about it. I thought debate perv, yeah, but that's kind of like the joke, is the fact that people will use these terms like debate pervert for someone like me who is actually interested in arriving at a truth statement, whereas they aren't interested in that whatsoever, right? That's okay. Wait, Front Yard Shield, were you here for did you see what just happened? Because we don't have to we don't have to interrupt the next segment. You were here? Okay, so there was a response. Do you see that, like, the fact that you linked me something, right? This is one thing that you have to keep in mind. You linked me something that was Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about all these things, and you were asking for some kind of debunking of that. But immediately after she finishes speaking, there was a instant refutation of those points. There was instant refutation of those points. And so you have to be careful about how you engage with things, right? You have to be careful how you engage with things. If you're engaging with something and they're giving you, one side of the story, like, I can't believe they didn't have a response for this. See what they say afterwards, right? See what they say afterwards. Because if afterwards they say, if afterwards they say nothing and they don't actually respond to it whatsoever, fair enough. Fair enough. But also, if they do have a response for it, you just got, clip chimped. They clip chimped her to make her look good so that you would listen to her, but not the actual person that knows what he's talking about. All right. Yesterday, we were making fun of Briahna Joy Gray, all these three named people. We were making fun of her. We're going to go back. Let's go to the 20-minute mark just so that we can get back into it and get the full context. I don't like getting people out of, context or anything. I hate it when people get things out of context. But Briahna Joy Gray was fired from the Hill. Oh, why was she fired from the Hill? Well, according to the title of this, it was because she's just such a staunch advocate for Palestinian rights, and she hasn't been bought out by the, AIPAC shills. So because she hasn't been paid by AIPAC, and she hasn't shut her mouth and bent the knee to the Jews who are running society, she was fired. Oh my God, that's crazy. That means that there's a foreign government that is controlling the narrative inside our country. Turns out that's not really what happened, though. Turns out that's not really what happened at all. Turns out that maybe she's just kind of a piece of shit that was putting the company into a rough spot, a really rough spot optically. Really rough spot optically.
Same thing when they've come on and then clipped the episodes afterward to launch very personal media attacks against me with a swarm of bots that we now know from reporting over the past week is coming directly from the Israeli government.
It's always been bizarre to me since October 7th that the excuse for destroying all of Gaza, for obliterating it, for blowing it all up, and for starving it is they're doing it for the hostages. Because if I were a family member of a hostage in Gaza, and many family members of hostages in Gaza have said this repeatedly, the last thing I'd want is for my own government to be bombing the crap indiscriminately out of the place where my family member was and to be starving them. You had hostages who were released as part of that exchange early on, and many of them came out and said, my biggest fear were Israeli bombs. And they talked about how there was often a shortage of food, not because Hamas was starving them, but they even said Hamas was sharing with them and eating the exact portions that they were eating. And so to even make her representative as if she's speaking for all hostage family members is itself a distortion. But I think the important thing I want to delve into a little bit more is the great taboo here has always been questioning things that were said in the weeks after October 7th about what happened on October 7th, even though we know for sure, it's provably true, that so many of the things that were said, particularly the worst things, turned out to be absolute lies. They said that
that's not true. These people distort everything. Everything. The UN did say, now their argument is, oh, well, because the UN and none of us have seen any proof of, we haven't seen, on all those body cams, anyone get raped. So therefore the rapes didn't happen. That's not what the UN said. The UN said that they had plenty of credible evidence that there was sexual violence on October 7th. but they don't want to, acknowledge the the UN unless the UN is agreeing with them right then. But otherwise, don't you dare bring up the UN because they're, neoliberal shills. And the UN did say that there was almost certainly sexual violence on October 7th. That is what their conclusion was.
That Hamas had beheaded babies. They said that they put them in ovens. That they
also we've for the like children, the babies being beheaded thing. We also know where that came from. And it didn't come from any malicious place. It came from, oh well, there are there was this one place that reported on a bunch of things, and the wording of it was ambiguous. The way that they worded it. Should a news company be more careful about the way they word things? Yeah. But it was like a local news station in Israel, and they had a piece where the language was a little bit ambiguous. And then everybody else, because of the ambiguous language, kind of hopped on to what they were saying. And that's where the 40 beheaded babies thing came from. I mean, fuck, we figured that out live on stream probably around the same time as everybody else was figuring it out, but, I don't want to give myself, like, too much credit, like, oh, yeah, we totally figured this out before everybody else. But, like, probably around the same time as everybody else, we on stream saw the line of miscommunication, and we're like, okay, well, this is probably what this was then. I gotcha. It wasn't malicious. It wasn't any one particular, bad actor trying to get these, this propaganda across. It was just people trying to be the first on the story, which is bad. Let me be clear. When mainstream media gets something wrong, we should criticize them, hold them to a high standard, et cetera, et cetera. But my God, if we figure out where something comes from, don't continue to lie about where it comes from.
They cut them out of the wombs. As it turns out, Haaretz documented that a grand total of one Israeli baby, was killed on October 7th. These were all grotesque lies. They had Joe Biden say he saw photos of beheaded babies, even though that never happened. And then, of course, the big article that purported to step up and say we're about to tell the truth and verify this mass rape claim was a New York Times article that even within the Times, because of so much journalistic sketchiness, the need to retract certain things, people saying they were quoted in certain ways that they didn't believe, it turned into a huge scandal. And the New York Times, when they went to submit Pulitzer nominations, notably excluded that article. So there's all kinds of questions about the nature of these claims. Can you talk a little bit about some of the uncertainties or the things that have been disproven about those kind of claims?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because even covering that story on the Hill has been particularly difficult, even within the context of the broader Gaza siege. In one particular instance, I remember wanting to cover, I don't remember whose reporting it was, whether it was the Gray Zone or Mondo Weiss, or, but one of the exposés that had been basically revealed the inconsistencies in the New York Times reporting, and really blew the lid off of the mass rape hoax as it's come to be known. And when I proposed it as a block, our producer again.
I'm the only question, the only question is, was the sexual violence systemic in order, or was it a failure of command? I don't think that fucking matters. Why would that matter? Unless it was specifically disavowed, I don't think it matters whether it was ordered or not. Now, if it was not ordered and then they disavowed it and they punished people who did that, that would be different. I agree. But the idea that we would give them a pass because it wasn't ordered, no, there's a couple more steps that you got to take in order to have be a good person in that situation. And the good person thing to do would be to punish people who rape. We're not a big fan of rape on this stream.
And Joanne Levine.
When were you a socialist? Did you like Briahna Joy, Greyjoy, or Joy Gray, whichever it is? Wait, we can just say Joy Gray. Or were you base and never liked her? I always thought that she was, I think that when I was a socialist, my view on her was that predominantly cringe, right? Because I thought that she was too into the what's the word I'm looking for? Like more propagandistic side of things, and I've never been a big fan of that. I don't know. I don't know what like my full thoughts on her were, but I don't think I've ever had like a really positive view of her. It was either neutral or negative. And I was a socialist until probably the end of me being a socialist was you know what? There's actually there might be a way for us to get a more accurate picture, because I always say it was like the end of 2021 or early 2022 or something like that, or maybe mid 2022. But why don't we just go to my channel and see if I can figure out. Let's scroll down pretty far here. We can probably figure this out. I was definitely still a socialist during that. I do think that Baseball, when was this? 2 years ago. So 2022. When was the date? November 3rd, 2021. So I was still a socialist then, I think. No, I was a liberal here. Okay, let's put this as the yeah, this whole period was me like beginning to get out of like the socialism. So probably around like late 2021, early 2022. I was right. Let me see here. Do you remember when Vosh turned into a Southern gentleman talking to her? Oh, can someone please get me the clip of Vosh talking Southern to Briahna Joy Gray? Called Socialist Sondsol Era. Man, I just don't want to draw too much attention to it, okay? The socialist era, I've always been too scared to go back. Like, I know talking to law enforcement with ex-police officer, that dang Phil, this is probably going to be super fucking soy. The Tree of Logic debate, I don't know, but it was probably really soy. Let's see here. The race realism debate, I think that was just me Socratic methoding some guy on like stopping being a race realist. I don't think I saved him, but you know. Oh man, look who just used a slur and earned themselves a time out. For, let's say, 15 minutes. Or, well, Bones already gotcha. The answer to that is because I was doing a charity donation drive for the for Trans Lifeline, and it was very successful. Let me see here. Fix my chat now that I've fucked it all up. Wait, did we not time him out? Oh, you timed him out for an hour. I gotcha. Untime him out, give him 15 minutes. Because otherwise he's going to complain super fucking hard. I don't want to deal with it. Oh, Tron. All right. Let's go back to watching this, okay?
Said, I don't know about this. Why don't you, this feels like a radar. Why don't you do it as a radar? So just, I can hear you. Sorry, whoever that was just talking in the background there from the show.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. But, you know, it sounds like a radar. Basically, she was trying to turn what was a news story into a personal opinion story to put distance between.
Oh, here it is.
Richmond was the Confederate capital.
I can't believe so many people. Damn, you can't make a song with anything having to do with that city. That's just like tainted forever, I guess.
Vosh, he's referring to D.C. D.C. is north of Richmond. Yeah.
I feel if I had extra time, I feel like I would hate watch Vosh. I think I would actually do it because it's just funny. I like.
Wait, where's
these
the
are
bridge?
funny
Right, there it
streams.
is.
Debates black people. He gets possessed by his Gusano slave-owning ancestors.
Actually politically represent my interests.
I'm not. My point here ain't about criticizing your vote. It's that only 2 people were going to be president, and there were only 2 real.
I just don't understand why he does it. I don't understand why he does it. He's done this multiple times. I remember when we watched it on stream, I was like, wait, did this motherfucker just turn into a cowboy? What the fuck?
Has the FBI.
No. But those are 2 different.
Okay. Let's go back to it. Okay.
It and the show. And again, I was not required to do radars. Part of my deal here was that I was going to go from 3 days to 4 days about a year ago and no longer be required to do these radars, which are pretty time consuming. I started doing radars again after October 7th with great frequency because it was really the only way I could get coverage of Gaza related stories into the lineup. So that was one.
Hold on. I'm just kind of realizing something. Let me listen to the question and her answer again. Because it kind of sounds like she's complaining about having to do more work for her multi-million-dollar job.
Task lies. They had Joe Biden say he saw photos of beheaded babies, even though that never happened. And then, of course, the big article that purported to step up and say we're about to tell the truth and verify this mass rape claim was a New York Times article that even within the Times, because of so much journalistic sketchiness, the need to retract certain things, people saying they were quoted in certain ways that they didn't believe, it turned into a huge scandal. And the New York Times, when they went to submit Pulitzer nominations, notably excluded that article. So there's all kinds of questions about the nature of these claims. Can you talk a little bit about some of the uncertainties or the things that have been disproven about those kind of claims?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because even covering that story on the Hill has been particularly difficult, even within the context of the broader Gaza siege. In one particular instance, I remember wanting to cover, I don't remember whose reporting it was, whether it was the Gray Zone or Mondo Weiss or, but one of the exposés that had been basically revealed the inconsistencies in the New York Times reporting and really blew the lid off of the mass rape hoax as it's come to be known. And when I proposed it as a block, our producer, again, Joanne Levine, said, I don't know about this. Why don't you, this feels like a radar. Why don't you do it as a radar? So just, I can hear you. Sorry, whoever that was just talking in the background there from the show.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. But, it sounds like a radar. Basically, she was trying to turn what was a news story into a personal opinion story to put distance between it and the show. And again, I was not required to do radar as part of my deal here.
Yeah, because your personal opinion goes counter to like 90% of people in the United States, where you think that Hamas has the right to go through and do what they did. Oh shit, what did I just do? Refill Mountain Cave? No, we're not going to do that. Like you're complaining because they're asking you to do something that you want to do but would be counter to their values, but they're giving you the platform to which you were at the beginning of this whole conversation. You were like, the entire point of me working at a place like the Hill is so that I could infiltrate all of these neoliberal, mainstream news places. I wanted to do that so that I could essentially weasel in my political takes so that nobody could avoid hearing them, right? I wanted my voice out there. I was using it for leftist purposes. But at the same time, you don't want to like put in the extra effort to do that at all, which doesn't make much sense to me. Like, if you did have this as your goal, why would you not want to put in the extra work if this is like an ideological thing? If it's not part of your contract, if you want someone else to write all of your scripts, that's fine. Just do that job. But then don't like complain that the purpose that you said you took the job for requires you to do a little bit more work.
Was that I was going to go from 3 days to 4 days about a year ago and no longer be required to do these radars.
Why does it feel like everyone hates the New York Times just because it's the far left and right being the loudest? It's because it's not just the far right. It is the far left and basically the entire right. The far left doesn't like them because they're mainstream news organization that reports on like a factual basis about things that maybe they like agree with and the New York Times doesn't agree with, be it like the war in Ukraine or anything like that. So like that could be part of it. It could be, and then on the right, you're going to get a lot of people who are against it because they just don't trust any news that doesn't already agree with them.
Pretty time consuming. I started doing radars again after October 7th with great frequency because it was really the only way I could get coverage of Gaza-related stories into the lineup. So that was one instance where, in particular, there was a clear discomfort around even covering the mass rape hoax story. Of course, when I did cover it, did turn it into a radar. It was, again, one of the best performing blocks that we had. But yeah, I want to give an enormous amount of credit to the Gray Zone and Mondo Weiss and the Squirrel Twitter account and all of the people who have been scrutinizing the blatantly, from the record, from the New York Times' record, inconsistent claims about what was alleged to have happened on October 7th. And even just, I believe today, was it the London Times finally is one of the more...
Yeah, she's just like Hassan. They want to use all these systems against the system, but then like the second that like it requires any extra work for them to actually push their ideological things forward, well, now you're asking a lot. Like, just because I'm rich doesn't mean that I'm not a socialist. Like, bro.
Or mainstream outlets that is now going back into the Pramila Patton UN report that was held up as corroborating evidence of sexual assault on October 7th when it did exactly the opposite. She said she looked through hundreds and thousands of images and video hours of the cameras that Hamas was wearing and the like, and did not see any evidence of rape in any of that imagery. And yet we still have...
Again, the UN, their conclusion was what? Their conclusion was that there were absolutely, definitively instances of sexual violence on October 7th. That's what the UN report said. Now, if in the UN report they said that they didn't have like video evidence of it, that's one thing. And you can criticize that maybe. But like, you use the UN reports for literally everything else. Why not this?
Sheryl Sandberg and the like, performatively on camera saying that they're looking at evidence of rape that we know was not actually uncovered by the UN. And in fact, in the interview with the sister of the Hamas hostage on the Hill, she says that she also saw this video that the UN says, after examining all of the video and documentary evidence that there was, did not demonstrate, despite seeing a lot of horrible things, no doubt, did not see any evidence of sexual assault on October 7th.
You know, I think that's a key point. Like, there were obviously terrible atrocities on October 7th. As people now say, as always happens in war. I mean, there were clearly civilians who were murdered, Israeli civilians, in terrible and gruesome ways, in ways that were often intentional. But the truth also matters. Like, to question claims, these maximalist claims, doesn't mean you're denying the things that happened on October 7th inside Israel that were very worthy of condemnation. You know, every time we have a certain one of these events, there's always lies told about it. I mean, back when the Bush administration wanted to go to war.
Also, like, just something to keep in mind. There aren't always lies. Not everything that the government tells you is a fucking lie. Like, this is just like schizoid speak. I'm sorry, but that's the absolute truth of the matter. Like, at a certain point, you gotta admit, the government is under a lot of fucking scrutiny. There are a lot of people that can point out and do point out. Oh, cool. Cool. What was I saying? Oh yeah, not everything that the government says is a lie. Like this is cope. I'm sorry, it's massive cope. I don't know how else to say. We have a government that is held accountable at so many different levels. At so many different levels. The idea that there would be this mass conspiracy to defraud the United States like average citizen over this stuff, and it hasn't been discovered by anybody, is just, it beggars belief. Okay, how's it going, Econo Boy? Oh, speaking of Econo Boy, Tron, cut this out. We're rescheduling the big thing, which was scheduled to happen in 5 days, but that hasn't been announced on my stream, so don't say anything more. All right, I just need to remember to message you.
Or with Iraq over Kuwait, they made up claims about how Saddam Hussein was pulling babies out of incubators. You know, the Vietnam War started with lies. The other Iraq War started with lies. I remember when the Obama
and you guys believe the claims that the Iraq War led to the death of like 80% of their fucking children or some shit. Like we can all point towards lies from people in government. We can all point towards lies that people that are in front of elected members believe. But like, did the stream die or no? Okay. We can point out all day lies that have been told to the public. But you're not immune. You're not immune. You're part of the problem, in fact.
administration killed Osama bin Laden, they immediately released a whole string of lies to emotionally manipulate people to support it, claiming that he was shooting at them, that he had held up his wife as a shield in front of him to show what a coward he was. None of this turned out to be true. So the idea that we can't even, that we're willing to accept immediately everything that's claimed to one of these events, let alone agree that we can't question it, is amazing to me. Let me, except a little bit of time left with you, let me just ask you, this whole idea that you can't, that you risk your job if you criticize this foreign country, even though you're an American citizen living in your own country, and that you're free to say anything you want, no matter how vicious or nasty, about American leaders and American government officials, but you have to be very careful and walk a very cautious line when criticizing the officials of this one foreign country. How did that feel to you, having just lost your job because of it?
Oh man, notice, like, this is something that propagandists do, all right? Listen to the phrasing of his question, okay?
On October 7th.
We'll go to his response and then listen to the phrasing of the question.
You know, I think that's a key point. Like, there were obviously terrible atrocities on October 7th, as people now say, as always happens in war. I mean, there were clearly civilians who were murdered, Israeli civilians, in terrible and gruesome ways, in ways that were often intentional. But the truth also matters. Like, to question claims, these maximalist claims, doesn't mean you're denying the things that happened on October 7th inside Israel that were very worthy of condemnation. You know, every time we have a certain one of these events, there's always lies told about it. I mean, back when the Bush administration wanted to go to war with Iraq over Kuwait, they made up claims about how Saddam Hussein was pulling babies out of incubators. You know, the Vietnam War started with lies. The other Iraq War started with lies. I remember when the Obama administration killed Osama bin Laden, they immediately released a whole string of lies to emotionally manipulate people to support it, claiming that he was shooting.
Osama bin Laden was a terrorist leader who orchestrated the attacks on September 11th. Why the fuck do we care? I don't think that there had to be any, manufactured consent to hate Osama bin Laden. Again, the guy that orchestrated the driving of planes into multiple civilian and governmental buildings.
At them, that he had held up his wife as a shield in
This
front of
isn't
him to
even
show
the
what a coward
question
he was.
part.
None of this turned out to be true. So the idea that
I just didn't realize how long his response was. Like, it's massive cope, and it's just incorrect.
we can't even, that we're willing to accept immediately everything that's claimed to one of these events, let alone agree that we can't question it, is amazing to me. Let me, I just have a little bit of time left with you. Let me just ask you.
All right, we're gonna slow it down. Listen to how a propagandist asks questions.
This whole idea that you can't, that you risk your job if you criticize this foreign country, even though you're an American citizen living in your...
You risk your job if you criticize this country. The other guy on that show, the conservative on that show, also, guess what? Criticized Israel. Guess what? I criticize Israel. My job knows what my opinions are. Okay? You're not fired for criticizing Israel. But if you're going to make the company look bad while doing it by, implying some, JQ stuff, by implying that, people weren't actually raped and it's just Jewish propaganda, rolling your eyes at the sister of a January 6th hostage when you don't like what they say to you. Yeah, these are things that make your job, your place of work, they make the place of work look bad. It doesn't make you look bad to your simps on YouTube or your Patreon or whatever. They think it's based. But to everybody else, you look like a little bit of a fucking psychopath. And if the company is still employing you, it looks like they're endorsing the psychopathy.
Your own country, and that you're free to say anything you want, no matter how vicious or nasty, about American leaders and American government officials, but you have to be very careful and walk a very cautious line when criticizing the officials of this one foreign country. How did that feel to you, having just lost your job because of it?
Again, there are people all over the United States who very openly criticize Israel, all right? People all over the United States aren't getting fired for this because not everyone in the United States did what Briahna Joy Gray here did. Yeah. They're just like Luffy. It's not, listen, they're not terrorists. They're just like, pirates.
I mean, look, it's a known. I know that I was playing with fire, but to me, there's no point in being at an outlet like The Hill unless you're willing to use it to say the things that you're not allowed to say.
There's no point being at a place like The Hill unless you're willing to say the things that you believe and the things that you want to say. Unless that involves doing more work to do the opinion piece that you have to write yourself. If that's the case, now we're looking at something that's a little bit more spooky. Now I have to actually work for my paycheck. I can't just have other people write all of the news for me and I give my opinion on it. I can't do that.
And I know that I was testing their boundaries. As I've explained, it's been a head-to-head fight almost every single day for the past 6 months to get the coverage that you've seen on the screen. But to me, it was worth it. And it's worth it to expose how intolerant outlets like this really are. Because remember, The Hill really gets a lot of traction out of this idea that it's not really corporate media. It's an online show. It was, innovated by Crystal and Sagar, who have this amazing format of left and right and who are outside of the two-party dynamic, neither identifying as Democrats or Republicans, willing to challenge the political establishment and be very critical of it from both sides, both kind of outsider wings. And
this is also like a lefty thing where it's like you should be, brutal to, and I kind of agree on like some part of the principle of this. Like, you should be brutal to institutions, right? You should be viciously, criticizing institutions whenever possible. And I think I used to agree with that statement, but I think I've changed a little bit. I think that you should only be critical of things to that degree. Number one, if it's warranted, if they've actually done something that can't be explained otherwise. And on top of that, you have to know about the issue. You have to know about the issue. And if you don't know about the issue, then don't comment on it. Please, for the love of God, don't comment on it.
They cover a lot of issues that are about speech suppression. We covered the Twitter files extensively. We cover COVID misinformation. We covered all of those things extensively, and really sort of the show brands itself as being different from other sorts of corporate media. We don't censor. We cover people who are censored. We have, Matt Taibbi on. We have Ken Klippenstein on. We have you on. And so I do think that alone is what kept me around so long, even as I was causing so much trouble internally. They were worried about the brand hit that they were going to take, especially after what happened to Katie Halper. So yeah, I don't. I mean, obviously, I regret it insofar as I think it's important to have a left perspective on relatively mainstream platforms. That is why I was there. I think it's important, and that is a loss in and of itself. But I also think this is an important teaching moment, an important kind of reckoning moment about how powerful, and this is not, a trope or stereotyping. I'm talking about a news story that was reported this past week about an Israeli branch of government that has a social media campaign to influence U.S. lawmakers. This is what we're talking about here, the incredible influence of not just AIPAC as a lobby, but Israel as an institution in dictating America's media agenda and political agenda. And it should not be missed, by the way, that in both the pile-on that happened about a week ago over the debate that I did at the dissidents conference in New York. That debate happened a month ago. That clip was surfaced and circulated about a week ago by people like Richie Torres, who were one of the Congress members that the reporting about the Israeli influence campaign specifically says was involved. And he also was involved in surfacing and disseminating the eye roll clip, which is purportedly the reason why I've been fired, although of course that's not what the Hill has said. I really do think it was a pretext, given my long-standing commitment to covering truthfully what has been going on the ground in Gaza.
Is this one of those bizarre yet very revealing facts of American political life that Congressman Richie Torres, who represents the single poorest district in the United States, has decided to make defense of this foreign country on the other side of the world, who have millions of citizens who have a better standard of living than the people?
1 second. I gotta pay way more attention every time he starts speaking, because every single one of his questions is loaded so heavily so that she can give the most lefty answer possible.
To covering truthfully what has been going on the ground in Gaza.
Is this one of those bizarre yet very revealing facts of American political life that Congressman Richie Torres, who represents the single poorest district in the United States, has decided to make defense of this foreign country on the other side of the world, who have millions of citizens who have a better standard of living than the people in his district, the number one cause? Obviously, he understands.
They might have millions of people with better standards of living. Whose fault is that? That's our fault. That doesn't mean that we should, leave our allies out to dry because we can't get our shit together. Is that what we're going with? Because we can't get our shit together, we should just sell our allies out? That's fucking absurd.
Stands the converse of what happened to you, namely that if you become a fanatical Israel supporter, as he has become, it is very good for your political future. Before I let you go, let me just ask you, you obviously identify as a leftist. You are at the same time a harsh critic of the Democratic Party. There's a lot of speculation that Biden's ongoing support for Israel, which we now will know will last through Election Day and beyond, might endanger his re-election, because there are a lot of young people, a lot of Arab people, a lot of left-wing voters whose support he needs in key swing states like Michigan and others. How serious of a threat do you think that is? Do you think the left will snap into line like they usually do and vote for the Democrats, or do you think that this poses a serious threat to his support that he needs?
I do not think they will snap in line. There's obviously a
They're gonna snap in line. They're gonna snap in line, just like they did in 2020 when everyone said that the left is not going to put up with someone like Biden. They snapped in line. It was the most people that ever voted in any election ever, not just in totality, but I believe in percentage of the population. Like, we had the highest voter turnout of all time. And guess what? Ended up with Biden. I'm pretty sure in the popular vote demolishing Trump, and in the Electoral College, like, eking out a win in several key states. But, like, again, people don't like Donald Trump, and people will snap into line. Not in, and I don't say that in a like, haha, you guys have no choice but to vote for Biden, but in a, well, we have like some base values that we agree on, and you guys don't want to, sell out those ideas. So we're probably going to stick with these ideas, right? We're probably going to stick with like the idea that Biden is better than Trump. People aren't going to change their opinion on that because, the revolution is coming soon. How's it going, Alley Cattails? I appreciate the like and the dab emoji.
Contingent of folks who to date are still saying, yes, I'm very disappointed in him, but we've got to vote blue no matter who. But what has been really remarkable to see for me is that even people who were very critical of Biden, but who also said he's better than the alternative, have now changed their tune, who have changed their mind, because for them, a genocide, or what the ICJ has at least described as plausibly a genocide, is their red line. And, I'm alluding to my friends, Crystal and Kyle, who I have the utmost respect for. We had a public debate on their podcast, I think end of last summer, about whether or not the left should vote for Biden. I felt very strongly that they should not. This was before October 7th. But they felt, and they make a reasoned argument along these lines that I respect but disagree with, that because of certain labor gains, the improvement to the NLRB, those being building blocks for a bigger left movement, that it was worthwhile to vote for him. Now, post October 7th and post the 8 months now of ethnic cleansing that we've seen in Gaza, they do not feel that way. And I admire that shift, and I very strongly agree with them. I'm so glad that we're all on the same page. But to me, that speaks volumes, that very intelligent people made a reasoned argument and said at one point, yes, even knowing all of the critiques more than most folks, I mean, because who criticizes Biden more than people like Crystal and Kyle? Very, very few. That they still felt like there was like a kind of political argument to voting for him then, but not now. And if they have had that shift, being as informed and knowledgeable as they are, I think that's indicative of how over it so many other players are. You cannot see.
Everybody's tired of American politics. This is true. I'm tired of American politics, and I love politics. All right. I changed my major so that I would be involved in politics for my entire life, which is both terrifying and exciting for me. The idea for a second that because everyone's tired of it, therefore we need to get rid of all of the things that we care about, or we need to get rid of all the institutions that we have and start from scratch, is fucking ludicrous. I'm sorry. But if you think that, you're just wrong. You're just in the grievance politics era of your life, and you need to chill the fuck out. You're just doing grievance politics, and that's not a good thing. And I think like the biggest cancer that we have as a country is how many people have subscribed to this like really ridiculous, like, well, because they're going to do this, we're going to do this, and we're going to be just as bad as the other guys. No, you shouldn't be just as bad as the other guys. You should be better than the other guys. You should strive to be better than the people that you hate the most. Miss Joy, ICJ is just a decision that there is jurisdiction to adjudicate. That's it so far. Oh, did she say something about that? Sorry, I was more thinking about the... I'm actually incredibly disgusted by how many people are on this train of total vengeance for their side. It's so cancerous. Like we're so screwed as a society when our biggest political thing that we're pushing is, oh yeah, well I think that these other guys are really bad, so we're going to when we get in power, we're going to make life hell for them. We're going to make it actually impossible for them to be, political actors in the world that we live in. I think it's actually like the most cancerous thing that's ever been put forward in my entire life that I've ever seen in terms of politics. It's depressing.
Criticizes, Biden more.
Do you believe I have grievance politics? Yes. Not as bad as some other people, but yes.
Than people like Crystal and Kyle.
Oh, are you going to try and run for anything? Not after all this streaming, not after all these clips of me out there where people like clip chimping me and shit. So probably not, but like if the culture around, canceling people for takes from 10 years ago or for edgy jokes dies down, then maybe. Or if I'm able to completely wipe my entire online presence, off the face of the earth, then maybe, but I don't see that happening.
Very, very few, that they still felt like there was like a kind of political argument to voting for him then, but not now. And if they have had that shift, being as informed and knowledgeable as they are, I think that's indicative of how over it so many other players are. You cannot see the actual headless infants, the record number of amputee children, the blatant disregard for cemetery.
Something that I don't remember if I saw this brought up in a Destiny thing or if it was somewhere else. Genuinely, I don't know. But one of the disadvantages that Israel has is that Israel actually has like a functional government that actually, takes care of all the things that governments like at a baseline probably should be taken care of, like health and sanitation, et cetera, et cetera. They also have a country that is based in liberal values that has a functional, like media that can criticize their country. They allow people into their country that will criticize their country. Hamas doesn't. And so when Hamas, puts out videos of them pulling out dead babies from the wreckage of some building that got bombed, when we don't know why that building got bombed, first off, or what the like circumstances behind that were. We can see all these dead, beheaded babies. We can see all of these horrible things because they're willing to put that out for propaganda purposes, but Israel isn't. And arguably, the best propagandists for Israel were Hamas because they recorded every single fucking second with like half of their dudes with, what do you call them? Like GoPros attached. Recording the horrific fucking scenes. Like, I don't like watching videos of people being blown up or shot or anything like that. I saw a bunch of that on October 7th. I didn't like it very much personally, just as like my own personal opinion. I don't like watching people get blown up. I don't like watching people get shot. I don't like, people begging for their lives and then summarily executed. I don't like that. But I saw a lot of that on October 7th, and that's because Hamas put that out.
cemeteries, 16 cemeteries being dug up by.
Oh, also, you could at least do some local stuff in DC. I already am talking to some people. I'm not going to be working for progressive victory. All right. Want to make that super clear since everyone gets so ass mad about progressive victory. I don't have any contact with anyone there, but there's a smaller progressive organization that I'm trying to dip my toe into a little bit, trying to get some, some experience in the political field and have a job when I get to DC. So I am working on that a little bit. But yeah, I'll probably, at some point, once I get a little bit of experience and, know what I'm doing, reach out to people that are a little bit bigger, like Dylan Burns, who works with local organizations and shit, try and figure that out, Haven't you become a centrist by now? A lib dim type center lefty? I'm probably in line with the Democrats mostly on like 90% of issues. Probably 10%, like those 10% of issues that I'm not aligned with them on. I'm probably a little bit more left. But mostly, like, my disagreements are going to be like strategy and some policy things. But like, yeah, I'm mostly like centristy, libby type person now, which isn't as fun or sexy as being like one of these extremist fucking socialists or Nazis or whatever the fuck. It's not as like cool and sexy to viewers and all of that. But I don't really care about that. So if you can work for a think tank, that would be great. Yeah, like I'm looking at that sort of thing. I probably need to get some experience and finish my degree first before I start doing that, though.
The IDF. What is the claim there? That Hamas is under the dead? 6 feet down, that there's tunnels under the cemetery. It's so flagrant that to the extent that anybody thinks that Biden should win because we got to quote unquote defeat fascism or defeat Trump or whatever, the argument has to be that it's incumbent on Biden to change his position to earn those votes back. Because I think very few.
Also, I hate this idea. Like, oh, Biden has to change his position on Israel-Palestine. What? Turn more rightward? Like, he is taking the farthest left opinion that he can take as a political operative in the United States. He's as pro-Palestine as you can be in the United States without losing your job as a politician, right? Getting voted out. And I just don't know what they want. He's been like urging Netanyahu to like chill the fuck out for months. I just don't know what more could you want from Biden. He doesn't support the current operations going on in Israel. He doesn't. Sorry. He's not a genocidal maniac. Sorry, you don't get to put that on your propaganda posters or whatever the fuck.
Kind of moral thinking, feeling, seeing people can look up at the Democratic argument that Biden is better than the alternative and really have a clear picture of that being true when he's the one that's funding and facilitating the genocide that we've been watching for the last 8 months.
Yeah, it's very strange to hear people say, I think Joe Biden is guilty of being complicit in genocide, and it's extremely important we do everything possible to keep him in power.
Well, no one is accused. No one in any legal court has accused Israel of genocide. There is no credible evidence of genocide anywhere. The ICJ didn't say so. The UN didn't say so. The only people that say that are South Africa, like some other no-name fucking nations that have no political sway over anything. The Palestinian, the Palestinians themselves, and then lefties in Western countries that never have to deal with any of the consequences of any of the actions that they tell people to take.
I mean, I don't see how any morally, minimally moral person could possibly join those two statements together. Bri, before I let you go, what is it that you are doing now? Where can people find you and support your work?
And we don't need to hear that. All right, finish that. Thank God. Let's get rid of some tabs here. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of that too. All right, let's just sit and chat for a second. How is chat doing? You guys doing okay? I'm going to upgrade all of my latrines here in my game while I'm sitting there and talking to you guys. The fact that you can see the failure of the corporate media and the Biden regime, whether it's them downplaying urban crime and supporting cash bail or bail reform, the Federal Reserve scams, the entire COVID regime, opening the borders. But yeah, like again, what my biggest trigger when I started streaming was people just throwing buzzwords at me. It was just, I can't stand hearing constant buzzwords thrown my way. At a certain point, it's just annoying. At a certain point, I don't want to even respond, because why would I respond? How many times do I have to respond to the same talking point? Those aren't buzzwords. Literally everything that you said, from the failure of the corporate media to the failure of the Biden regime, downplaying urban crime and supporting cash bail reform, the Federal Reserve scams, the entire COVID regime, opening the borders, general corruption. Literally every single thing that you brought up were just buzzword, like, ooh, look at me. I obviously am a conservative. Those are all things the corporate media have supported. What is corporate media to you? Shouldn't you be linking proof to like literally any of the claims that you're making? Like, is any of that like important to you? Like, for me personally, libertarians in the context of like the United States are conservatives. Okay, sorry. Cope. Using regime unironically is cringe as hell when talking about liberal democracies. Yes, I know. I hate it when the rad libs on MSNBC do it about Trump. I hate it when Trumples do it about Biden. Pro-regime press. So is Fox News pro-regime? Because they criticize Biden, but they're corporate media. They're the biggest corporate media organization in the United States. So you said MSNBC, like CNN. CNN would make a ton of money if they find a negative story about Biden and run with it. Well, Biden. CNN has gotten a lot more centristy in the past couple of years than they used to be. Do you see the recent Dave Smith-Chris Cuomo debate? No, and I don't care. Once again, like, I don't even know how to describe it, because like it feels so intuitive to me that like when you use certain language, you're obviously going in a certain direction with it, right? Like regime brings up, you know, thoughts of like dictatorship and authoritarianism. You know, evilness, regime, you know, a despotic regime. You can say, oh, I'm using it in a neutral way, but you're not. It is the language that you're using that is very obviously, you know, slanted in a certain direction. Yeah, and we haven't even gotten to the idea of like the alt media being any better. Have the institutions not in uniform been plagued not only by corruption, but downright incompetence? No. In fact, the only like credible corruption things that we've seen have been individual lawmakers in the Senate, in, you know, Congress, you know, individuals like that, and there haven't even been that many. And then basically anyone attached to Trump. If you want to look at actual fucking corruption. I want him to provide proof of literally anything that he's saying. I think that our institutions have been profoundly competent for basically everything that you're talking about. Profoundly competent, especially under Biden, who, even though he's an old, senile, dementia-riddled fucking 89-year-old, old fuck, he's still able to recognize good, competent people around him, surround himself with those good, competent people, and actually get shit done, which Trump was not able to do. If there's not downright corruption, why hasn't Fauci been locked behind a jail cell for the rest of his life? Has there been an investigation into Fauci whatsoever? Does anybody know? Because I don't know off the top of my head. Has Fauci been investigated for anything? But the universities, give me an example of university corruption. Give me examples of the federal government being corrupt, the courts being corrupt. Check DMs. I don't want to watch a debate between the fucking Dave Smith guy and Chris Cuomo. I don't want to watch it. I don't care right now. I want you. Wait, you're saying this is an example of media corruption? This is a debate about COVID lockdowns. Give me an example of what you mean by corruption. Give me an example of what you mean by corruption then. What does media corruption mean? That they focus on things that you disagree with? That they don't focus on things that you think that they should? Is that corruption? No. Chris Cuomo had a job at CNN despite lying about the sexual exploits of his brother. And that's why he got fired at the end of the day. So give me an example of what you mean by corruption. They're literally having him testify about the pandemic. Oh, so if there is any corruption, I'm sure that the Republican-led, Congress is going to find that corruption, just like they held Hunter Biden to task and tried to find some corruption with him, but they weren't able to. They were able to find a bunch of foreign actors. Bunch of foreign actors that were giving us foreign fucking lies about our own fucking president, and they were willing to run with that because they're a bunch of foreign corrupt fucking politicians themselves. Okay, well, I said that I was going to not get one guide by Lil Man today, so. You don't know what fucking corruption means. Corruption to you means something I don't like. Corruption to you means something I don't like. I don't think that Fox News was corrupt when they were sitting there sucking the fucking cum, every fucking iota of cum from Trump's balls for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. I don't think that they were corrupt for that. They were obviously biased, but they weren't corrupt for that. They were just retarded and biased. But that's not corruption. Corruption doesn't mean they're doing something I dislike and I think that that's bad. I don't care. I'm giving you an example of what I'm saying isn't corrupt, but something I disagree with. Give me an example of corruption. That doesn't just mean, oh, I disagree with this thing. Give me an example of fucking corruption. You have 5 minutes. Don't say another goddamn thing. Don't say another goddamn thing in chat. Find me an example of corruption from the media. If you say something else without either telling me to look at DMs because you can't link it in Kick Chat, or a link itself in Kick Chat, until I get an example of what media fucking corruption is to you. Yo, also, see, I just saw your DMs. Thank you. I will look at that. All right, what else do we have in the content suggestions? Also, now that we're moving back from arguing with chat, all right, now that we're moving on from arguing with chat, oh wait, hold on. He gave me something. Oh, and a Breitbart. You know what? Fuck it. We'll roll with it for right now. Let's see what the claims from Breitbart, which, might I add, let me just go to Media Bias Fact Check, my favorite fucking website in the world. Let's go ahead and just search up Breitbart. Usually I would just ban you for linking me. Anything Breitbart related. Extreme right-wing bias with mixed factual basis. Overall, we rate Breitbart questionable based on extreme right-wing bias, the publication of conspiracy theories and propaganda, as well as numerous false claims. Please stop. But let's just see what the information is. Let's just go through it. Fuck it. Ex-Intel officials don't regret suggesting Hunter's laptop was Russian disinformation. I also, when I first heard about it, said it sounded like some fake bullshit. You know why people thought it was fake bullshit? Because people said that Hunter Biden went to some random computer repair shop with a bunch of sensitive information on it about his life, with his dick pics, with all of this shit on it, left it there for like a year and a half or some shit, only for the blind computer repair salesman to pass it off to Giuliani and Trump people for an October surprise. So yeah, that does sound like fucking Russian disinformation. It sounds like a bullshit story. I'm sorry, if you think that at all sounds like on its face that a blind computer repair salesman happened to have the computer of the fucking president, or I'm sorry, future president of the United States, a blind computer salesman had the computer of the son of the future president of the United States, and then it showed massive fucking it had all this information on there showing that he was using his dad's name to get one up in the world of business. Yeah, I would probably think that was bullshit because it sounded like bullshit. All right, let's listen to it. Or I'm sorry, let's read this. Not a single one of the signatories of the infamous spy letter that called reporting on Hunter Biden laptop Russian disinformation ahead of the 2020 election has retracted their made-up claim, according to a report. Wait, which parts of this are the... Is this part of the story, or is this... Sorry, with the different fonts, I can't really quite tell what isn't... Okay. The signatories, numbering 51 in total, apparently knew the claim was false at the time. I want to see that substantiated, because the FBI was in possession of Hunter's laptop. That doesn't mean that all 51 of these people worked at the FBI at the time and that they were privy to any information about the laptop. Current Secretary of State Antony Blinken allegedly coordinated the story for political purposes. How could he coordinate that without... What was his position before? I actually don't remember what his position in government was before he was the whatever you call it, Secretary of State. FBI agent Erica Jensen, a witness in Hunter's gun trial, told the court last week the laptop was real and no tampering occurred with the machine. Jensen's testimony debunked claims that the laptop's data was subject to hacking and manipulation. That's not what the hacking was. Twitter not knowing if it was hacked materials being put out. They didn't know about having a physical laptop. If it was hacked materials, that's why they throttled the story for 24 hours. I don't know about the manipulation claim. To help former Donald Trump's 2020 campaign, although they did hold on to it for like, what, a year before putting that out there. So it's not like they were just putting it out there because, you know, it was good for the American people to know. They put it out there because it was going to help Donald Trump on October. You know, the October surprise everyone talks about. I still don't know what media corruption is. Yeah, I'm still waiting for that too. Shortly after Breitbart News' Emma Jo Morris, formerly of the New York Post, first reported the laptop from hell story in October 2020, CNN reporter Natasha Bertrand wrote the infamous and now discredited Politico story that used dozens of former Intel officials to push a false and misleading narrative about the origins of the laptop. Let's see what... Can we just like see the actual... Okay, this is the actual story. More than 50 former senior intelligence officials, so they weren't privy to the information that the FBI had. So there was no lie that it was that these guys were selling. They weren't lying. They said it sounds like fake bullshit because it did sound like fake bullshit. Blah, blah, blah. The Post reported it was given a copy of Hunter Biden's laptop hard drive by President Donald Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, who said he got it from a Mac shop owner in Delaware who also alerted the FBI. It's not just that he was a Mac shop owner, it's that he was a blind computer repair guy. What's the explanation for that? Well, I literally just gave you. Because it sounded like fake bullshit. 50 people who were former senior intelligence officials, because of the details that were released to the public, said it sounded like bullshit. No, my previous thing? Oh, what's the other thing? Why does Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson talk about it so much? Because they're propagandists. Because they lie to you. What do you mean? Why do they keep on saying this? Because they're lying to you, because they're putting a spin on it so that you believe a certain thing, so that you think that all of the entirety of the government is wholly against anything conservative, anything Trump related, anything like that. And that Biden is a fucking pedophile, like girl sniffing, evil fucking manipulator that has put his claws into everything to force everyone to stay in their homes for their entire lives, get injected by nanobots into their fucking bloodstream so that they remain fucking retarded, fucking munchkin-brained, no fucking IQ drones of the state and continue to fucking increase their hold over the average American's life. That is why they say that, because they are liars. Because there are very easy explanations that have been out there for years. And they still say the exact same thing that they said in October of 2020, even though more information has come out. They do not update their opinions. They get a talking point and they run with it for years and years and years until it is so slammed into your fucking tiny little 16-year-old brain that you literally have no other idea of what reality could be, because everybody says this thing all the time that they're lying to me, they're lying to me, they're lying to me, they're lying to me, but they're not fucking lying to you. You're just getting a separate lie fed to you because it is easy to twist certain angles of any given fucking story But they're very confident when they talk about it? Yeah, because they say it every single fucking day of their fucking lives to convince retards and fucking 16-year-olds out there like you. Notice how I separated those two things out. All right? Just because someone's confident doesn't mean that they're right. 90% of the things that I say, I put a lot. I put a lot of, like, now I might be wrong here. I might be wrong here. Notice I say that before almost any, like, big claim that I'm going to make. Notice how often I say, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, because I might be wrong. There might be more information that I'm missing out on. But these guys who are very confident with their opinions are usually the least intelligent fucking people in the entire goddamn world. If you want to look at fucking corruption, maybe look at the fact that Tucker Carlson goes over to Russia expecting to give a softball interview to Putin so that Putin sits there and fucking jerks off the American right with all their culture war things. And Putin just used him as a fucking tool to spread more misinformation. You want to talk about fucking corruption? Maybe look at the far right fucking newspapers in the past couple of weeks, past like couple of months that have gotten from state fucking funding all over the place, from Iran, from China, from Russia, from North Korea, to spread fake fucking info, to infest your fucking developing little fucking mind. Every new wrinkle that is developing in your undeveloped tiny little fucking 16-year-old brain, every wrinkle developing is developing in exactly the way they want it to. And that is to be as conspiracy brained as fucking possible. But we don't live in a fucking 007 movie. We don't live in fucking Tom Clancy world where like 90% of the world's governments are just trying to turn us into 1984 Oceania. There's easy explanations for almost every single fucking thing that you have questions about all the corruption in the world. There's easy fucking explanations for literally 100% of it. Now, some of those things still might be bad. There might be an easy explanation for a lot of things. That doesn't mean they're not good. I don't think that these guys should have signed a letter telling everyone not to believe this story because they don't have all the information. That's bad. That doesn't speak to media corruption. That doesn't speak to any corruption whatsoever. Biden is the pedo. Meanwhile,
Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison, and so a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people. And I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well, whatever it is. I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew. Just don't know. Not aware of it.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
He might not know about it. He might not know about it, but that's a real bad look. He very well might not know about it. But that's just something you say, I don't know anything about it, so I'm going to stay out of it, dude. Pull into voice chat? What? I don't want to be a conspiracy brain. It's just the media atmosphere around me in the year 2024 is so black-pilled on the institutional trust, I really want to believe what is true. Don't listen to Dave Smith ever again. Don't listen to, like, basically anyone on alt media. Like, read articles from Reuters and AP. Don't even go to the ones that are like heavily biased, okay? I'm not telling you to read MSNBC. Just read the fucking factual reporting. The Reuters and the AP. They use the least slanted language. I forget the correct term. They use the least slanted language. They usually aren't. Well, unless you're a conservative and you think that everybody is out to fucking get you, they're usually not trying to Oh, okay. Fuck. Tron is trying to call me. You can call. All right. As soon as he hears that, I'm sure. Loaded language. Thank you. Jesus. But just like, again, like you cite all these people like Jordan Peterson. Guess what? He's a spin doctor. He's not as egregious as, some other people. Dave Smith is not a good source of information. He's smart. He's charismatic, but he's not a good source of information. Basically, I would say, like, anytime someone's like overwhelmed. Oh, cool. I just accidentally minimized literally every single one of my things. Basically, anytime someone's like main political thrust is talking about media corruption and shit like that, just, like it feels like I'm a Mossad agent telling you to not believe your lying eyes and shit. But like, really, if someone's entire thing is we have media corruption, we have political corruption, they're lying to you. They're lying. They're lying to you. And that is the easiest statement I've ever made in my entire life. I'll link a thing where Fox edit interview with Trump. Pull me into voice chat. Are you in voice chat in the Discord now, or are you trying to call me? Just link it to me. Link me the thing they edited, and then link the original video. Sorry, that shit triggers the absolute fucking shit out of me when I get bombarded with loaded language and talking points that have been repeated a billion fucking times. And I've put in so much effort to know what I know and know what I don't know. Like, I know the things that I don't know, where my limitations are. But these people never admit to any limitation unless they're trying to avoid a fucking question. The government is not out to fucking get you. Guess what? Take your meds. The government's not, watching where you sleep. They're not watching every single interaction that you have. They're not listening to every conversation you have. They're not politically persecuting everyone that believes the same thing as you. We have pretty wide deference to what you can believe in the United States. You can believe basically anything that you fucking want, but you can't start making plans to overthrow the government, and you can't, be part of a terrorist cell or, give comfort or aid to any of those people. But at that point, just tell them to watch Adam and Sitch debating Dave Smith. It exposes him. Oh, shit. I mean, fuck. If you want someone that's going to be, slanted towards the right, that I would rather you watch them than anyone else in alt media, watch Sitch and Adam. They're conservatives. They say that they're not, but I'm sorry, they are. And I don't even dislike them. I think that they're fucking stupid on some things, right? I think they're even voting for Trump because of Biden's housing plan that he put out there. That was just one of those, it's an election year, I want to put out this statement about reducing housing costs. They changed their entire vote to Trump based off of that one thing, which is just the stupidest shit in the entire world. But they're very honest, at least in terms of the factual basis of things. I don't think I've ever seen them talk about something. I just disagree with them on a factual basis. Okay, let's see here. I was gonna watch something and I completely forgot. Let me go to the Discord and look in the content suggestions. Sorry about that triggering I just had. Sorry about that. It's just
Today we welcome to the program Royce White. Royce is
trans stuff, wokeness. I disagree with those things, but on a factual basis, I don't think that they're necessarily wrong. Like, I don't think that you can, like, on wokeness, that's going to be, like, mostly opinion and your, like, view of what these things mean. Okay.
Welcome to us.
What is this right here? Oh, man. Is Piers Morgan against the criminal prosecution of Donald Trump? Oh, no. What are we going to do? Not our strongest ally in the European theater. What are we going to fucking do, guys? Okay, let me go ahead and fix my stream setup here again. There we go. This is what Panda thinks will happen.
This is unbelievable. Stupid Toilet Safety Administration. You can't even take a crap at IHOP without a 40-minute line. Shoes off.
True. All right. Let's watch what Piers Morgan has to say.
Special edition of Morgan's Mailbag, which today is all about one man, one trial, and one verdict.
Miracle is too strong a word, but a day for celebration.
Your defense was weak because you're weak. They had no argument.
It's in content suggestions, my thing, fast. Okay, cool. Okay, so here is the Trump slow response to the Epstein trial. So here is the edited. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is the edited. This is the unedited.
My point is, BBD, I hope it's not all talk. Can we hear this 13 seconds?
Declassify the 9/11 files.
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you?
I did a lot of it.
Okay, something that I've also noticed. Fucking please, someone tell me that I'm wrong. Trump has been going around to people like he's running for school president of a high school in the 80s. Is he not? Like, he's going to the Libertarian Conference and saying, if you elect me, I will be putting in so many libertarian things. I will look into getting rid of the Fed. I will, what were all the things that Trump was promising to the libertarians? It to me, it just comes off as like, vote for me and I'll put cameras in the girls' locker rooms and have soda coming out of the water fountains. Hell yeah. And he's doing that to every single group. To Christians, he's promising one thing. To Jews, he's promising another thing. To the libertarians, he's promising libertarian. He's going, will you declassify all these, conspiracy things? Yeah, I'm going to declassify everything. I'll look into that. Yeah, for sure. Like he's like running for school president, not president of the United States. What are you going to do if Russia starts getting more aggressive? What's like an actual plan from that? Besides, I won't allow any more aggression to build up from these lawless Russian bandits. Like, what is your actual ideas? What are you gonna do? You gonna call them up on the phone and like create world peace with a phone call, Mr. Trump? Why didn't you do that when you were president? Sorry, it's just like it's so fucking weird. He's going around making promises to every single group that are specific to that group, but you can't hold on to all these fucking promises. I don't see Biden doing those sorts of promises to every single tiny little group that aren't already in line with things that he has been doing throughout his presidency.
My point is, BBD, I hope it's not all talk. Can we hear this 13 seconds?
Declassify the 9/11 files.
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
9/11 files. Oh, they still think that 9/11 was an inside job. JFK, they still think that we assassinated our own president, even though there's like fucking zero evidence that points that direction whatsoever. It's just conspiracy brained, and they're making their entire political fucking life uncovering conspiracies from the government that don't exist.
I did a lot of it.
Trump wasn't president during the Ukraine war, was he? He was. I mean, the Ukraine war has been going on since 2014. So yeah, he was. And he tried to hold back aid that we have been sending them so that he could try and get dirt on Joe Biden. Right, which is why I said I don't think that Biden has given any promises to specific groups that are new promises that weren't already part of his agenda or part of his policy proposals, during the totality of his presidency. And I think there is a meaningful difference there. Like if Biden was going around and telling black people that he was going to, get reparations for them all of a sudden, I would probably criticize the fuck out of that. Like, you're pandering like a motherfucker. And there have been some pandering things that he's done. Don't get me fucking wrong, but it's not on the level of like going to every single group and giving them hyper specific promises that like have no chance of ever getting through Congress, but he's making these promises to people that he knows he won't and cannot keep.
Would you declassify?
I thought the war started in 2021. Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014, and there's been an ongoing civil war there funded by Russia and perpetrated by Russian soldiers, but they were in unmarked uniforms, and so like everyone in the West was a fucking pussy and didn't do a goddamn thing about it. But it's been going on since 2014, and then the full-on Russian invasion began in 2022. Yeah, the perfect phone call. Oh, we're not going to listen to the whole perfect phone call right now. We're listening to things that Tron sent me. Okay, so I'm not going to respond to anything else. I'm going to listen to what they say. Sorry, I'm super fucking triggered right now, and so I'm pausing and stuff. Let's see what the edited clip was, and then let's look at the unedited clip.
My point is, BBD, I hope it's not all talk. How can we hear this 13 seconds?
Declassify the 9/11 files.
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
That's crazy. He had to think about that one. He said he'd released the 9/11, the JFK. He said he did a couple. I want to see the rest of them.
I'm super curious if he didn't know what Ghislaine Maxwell was in trouble for. Do you think he actually knows anything about the Epstein stuff? Do you think that everyone's just been keeping him in the dark? Like, oh shit, his name's on there. We don't want him to say some stupid shit. We're just gonna like make sure he never encounters this.
I want to see the rest of them, but with the Epstein, he paused. Is that crazy? I just hope it's not all talk, because I want to see the documents. That's what I want to see, and I want people to be held accountable.
No. Our people did not kill JFK. There is overwhelming evidence that it was the guy that they said it was. Lee Harvey Oswald killed JFK. The only reason there is a debate about this is because people think that there's a conspiracy. But the only reason people think that there's a conspiracy is because people believe that there's a conspiracy. It's just like circular. There is no evidence that points towards that whatsoever. All of the physical evidence points towards Lee Harvey Oswald did it. All of the circumstantial evidence points towards Lee Harvey Oswald did it. If you're actually super curious about it, I will link you something that completely changed my view on this. But all right, let's look at the second. So that was the edited clip where he said, yeah, I would declassify that.
Here are Trump's unedited recent comments about whether or not he would release classified files about Jeffrey Epstein.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to.
Oh, no. They had to know.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
He says it's phony because his name is also included in the documents, and people don't like to, acknowledge that. But I'm pretty sure his names were also included in the Epstein files that people have leaked. So,
but I think I would.
And here's how Fox edited that same clip for their viewers.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
Attorney General.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Oh man, that's pretty rough. Getting caught that red-handed. What is this? Oh, this is what we were gonna watch. This is the Piers Morgan thing. I'm curious what Piers Morgan's ideas on what the Trump indictments / convictions are. Super curious. What a Brit bonger, some dirty fucking limey, has to say about this. Oh, Tim defended Trump being on Epstein's list. Yeah, Trump was just there as a secret Mossad agent, watching and observing. You know, he had to go in deep cover. That's why he's in the Black Book.
Welcome to a special edition of Morgan's Mailbag, which today is all about one man, one trial, and one verdict.
Miracle is too strong a word, but a day for celebration.
Your defense was weak because you're weak. They had no argument
Your moves are weak.
because there is no argument. You were too scared to testify because you knew Donald. You know. You're guilty. Guilty as sin.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened.
The verdict's going to be chosen by all of you guys. Please, for the love of God, do not let them take me to trial on the things that actually matter. Good God, please, God, no. Please, God, please. Do not let them take me to trial for the other things. Please.
Here, and everybody knows what happened here.
This is Donald Trump's conviction on 34 counts of falsifying business records, which we've debated across the week on Uncensored. Millions of you have watched. Tens of thousands of you have commented. I'll be reacting to a selection of them in a moment. But first, a quick reminder of what all the fuss is about. In Bill Clinton's case, it was for sexual harassment. In Trump's case, it was simply a payoff.
In the case of Donald Trump, falsifying business records.
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, Trump was found liable of being a rapist. The statute of limitations passed, but they had enough evidence to get him in civil court because he was, what's the word? Defaming the person that he raped. And then he kept on defaming the person that he raped. And so he got on that a second time.
Records is definitely a crime.
You're accusing me of fascism.
Emily, I'm very curious. Where do you live right now? Where do you live?
Are you coming for me?
That there's a lot of nasty things that Hillary said about Trump, Trump said about Hillary. The actions of a major political movement in the country right now is to lock up the leading candidate for president 5 months before an election.
I hear you. Joe Biden is suffering some form of dementia.
I'd much rather the people around Biden making decisions than the sycophants Trump would put around him, which, with no offense at all, are sort of versions of Benny Johnson, by the way.
And people say, well, look, he spent years saying, lock her up about Hillary Clinton.
Lock her up, lock her up, lock her up.
And then he didn't do it. We still don't know what crimes President Trump is found guilty of.
You think that the average American looking at this would be proud?
If you take everything that Donald Trump says at pure face value, you're a fool.
Why do we have to fucking decide? I'm sorry, I hate that fucking line so fucking much. Why do we have to intuit what the president fucking means for literally anything? Why do we have to intuit what the president means? Why is there any thought whatsoever about like, oh, well, yeah, maybe Trump is like a little bit of like a wonky dude, and maybe he says some like stupid stuff, but like also he's just like kind of a little guy who like talks in riddles sometimes. I don't want to listen to a fucking president. I don't want to listen and have a president who speaks in riddles, who speaks in memes. That's not something that I want to be a part of personally.
We've made some very strong opinions on both sides about this, and many of them made pleasant reading for Trump and his supporters. At GloriaV1236 summed it up like this. This just made so many more Trump voters. At Studio2165 made a similar point, but put it a bit stronger.
Do you not believe the way rape is classified in the American legal system can, in certain situations, be overbroad? I don't even know how to answer that. I'm not going to lie. I genuinely don't know how to answer that. Somebody help me. Somebody answer this kid's question.
What these idiots still haven't worked out is that every time they go after him, he just gets even more support and even stronger because they know that this is a witch hunt. Well, to a point, yeah, I do think that. I do think most right-minded people think that this is all a bit of a stitch-up, that actually going after a former president of the United States nearly 20 years after a one-night stand that he denies with a porn star, and then a bit of paper shuffling so that his wife didn't find out, and he hid it before an election. Okay, a lot of politicians do that kind of thing. The idea that this has led to him being a criminal convicted felon, I think is ridiculous and demeans America, demeans its legal system, demeans its political system, and frankly, it makes it look like a banana republic. Well, at Peter Paul's contribution...
What does rule of law mean to these people? The rule of law means that we don't have a king. We're not a theocracy. We're a country that is dominated. We have the tyranny of the judiciary. Our Constitution is what we base our legal code off of. That is what rule of law means for all you guys who don't know. It means the ruler of the land is the law, and that nobody is above that law, even a president, even, a politician. So are we supposed to just is rule of law just means that we have rules and we have laws? Is that what rule of law means to literally anybody? Or do we just not have a conception of what it means to be a country that has rule of law? Because that's what it means to me. Catch you later, Alley Cats.
backed up the belief this could swing the upcoming presidential election.
Piers Morgan won season 7 of The Apprentice? No fucking way. Is that true? I did not know that because I've never watched The Apprentice in my life.
I'm a registered Democrat who's voted blue my entire life. I will not be doing that the rest of
Also, I don't believe anybody who says that they were a registered, online, I don't believe anybody that says that they were a registered Democrat and that, this is going to change their vote. That is so absurd to me. On its face, I just can't even conceptualize how you swapped your position so easily. I just don't think that those people actually factually truly exist.
Of it. Interesting. At Viva Victoria 2010 just thinks it's time to get back to what matters most. We've come to the point where we really don't give a damn who Trump sleeps with. We care about how he runs the country. Well, exactly. I mean, is he?
What, do y'all care about all the things that Biden does? Do y'all care about the things that Hunter Biden does? Do you think that affects the fucking country? All the whores that Hunter Biden had? You think that affects the fucking country? That's what's the most important thing for us to be focusing on?
The only guy to be president of the United States who liked a bit of bed hopping? JFK? Anybody?
But also, that's not what he was convicted for. That's not what the conviction was over. Who he was sleeping with. That's just icing on the fucking cake. Because all these evangelicals want to make the case that it's... Listen, we want a country that is based in morality, based off of our Christian values. Oh, do you? Do you really? Because I don't think that you actually do. I think that you are just on that whole grievance politics train. I think that's it.
Barely enough beds in America for that guy. Bill Clinton, who literally had sex...
He literally had sex, and he was impeached for that.
With an intern in the Oval Office, the very sanctum of American democracy? Really? You think it's just Donald Trump? Most of them have been at it. Now, not everyone, however, is on the Trump train, especially when it came to the suggestion that these...
Yeah, I've heard this from conservatives too. Before Trump, my dad, who is a lifelong Republican, said that no Republican would ever get away with what Bill Clinton got away with. What Bill Clinton did was lie under oath. This is my understanding. Now, I haven't done a lot of fucking research into this because this is not part of what I think is important. It's not relevant to political life nowadays, but my understanding is he did lie to preserve his marriage. And there was evidence of that. He wasn't lying under oath for, like protecting business dealings or anything like that, or trying to win an election. He was caught fucking another woman, and his wife was pretty pissed about that.
Were essentially trivial charges. At one Compass 7290 said, conspiracy to commit election campaign violations are not minor offences. How dare you? At Gulelva1 wrote, Michael Cohen went to prison for the same offence that Donald Trump's convicted for. If it's good enough for Cohen, it's good for Trump. Lock him up. Well, okay, I get that. He said lock up Hillary, and his fans said that, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't change the fact this was a trivial matter. It's a bit of paper shuffling. It's a minor state misdemeanor.
Again, you can be upset about the legal theory. You can be upset about any of these things. But like at the end of the day, he broke a law. You can be mad at the legal theory that he maybe not should be prosecuted for it, I guess. But seriously, you gotta think about this. Sorry, I got super distracted. I lost my train of thought halfway through speaking. Yeah, think about it. Okay. He broke a law. Maybe you think it's trivial. This was the weakest of the cases that was brought against him. The federal government, the Democratic Party doesn't have any control over what the New York state, prosecutor does. Doesn't have any control over what the prosecutor in New York City does. So is this corruption? Is this what it is? What about the cases that were brought by the federal government? Trump's not going to get got on any of those, at least before the election, because his legal team is really good at pushing things back. And we have a Supreme Court that is very willing to listen to all of his fucking grievances. I don't know, man. It's just like, this was the weakest one of the cases against Trump, and it led to a conviction. 34 counts. All guilty. There was at least one Trump supporter on the jury. And we know this. So if we know that there was at least one Trump person on the jury, he was found guilty by a jury of his peers. Is this corruption? Is this, a banana republic? Because it seems like everything that Donald Trump is dealing with is stuff that he did to himself. Does Hillary Clinton count as a cuck queen? Is that what the term is?
Ridiculously overinflated to become a felony just so they could try and damage Trump in the run-up to an election. That is election interference, which is ironically...
Well, I mean, that's what he was convicted of by a jury of his peers, including people that support him, so...
The very, very thing that they said they were prosecuting him for, interfering in the potential outcome of an upcoming election. So, do they not see the irony that when they're doing that to Trump in a criminal court, actually what they're doing...
The fact that this trial is happening now when it could have happened last year, that's Trump's doing. Trump did that to himself. Trump is the one that delayed all of these proceedings to where they are. If we end up seeing some other case go before the courts before October, or I'm sorry, before November, guess whose fault that'll be? Trump's.
Is exactly what they're accusing him of, trying to damage and fix the outcome of an election. Well, regardless of which side you're on, many viewers are concerned about what this does to America's standing in the world. I agree. At Shasta Castor wrote, "This whole thing brings shame to our country. We are now a banana republic." The words I said a little earlier. And Justine Carlson, 2905, didn't disagree. As a Norwegian, I find this disturbing. Isn't this what they do in Russia? Yes, it is.
No.
And they do worse in Russia.
They make up charges or they throw people out of windows. There is no equivalent. This is brain rot. There is no equivalent. You have to be ideologically already bought into so much of Trump's shit to think that anything that Russia does is in any way equivalent to what our country does. That's fucking absurd. I'm sorry. That's so fucking every single time I hear someone say that stupid shit. No, there is no equivalency. There is no equivalency. When was the last time someone in our government or someone close to the president or an advisor to the president or someone in the cabinet was thrown out of a fucking window or murdered after they criticized the president? How's it going, Yamamoto? It's been a while.
And is that where America wants to go? The great democratic superpower in the world, the greatest of all time, now reduced to this, trying to imprison their political opponents? This is not good. I say that as someone from the other side of the pond at the moment, looking at a country
Other side of the pond.
People I love.
Stay there.
And thinking, what is happening to America? When you go down this road, it is a slippery slope very quickly.
Yeah, and the entire reason we're on this slippery slope right now is because Trump can't fucking stop doing criminal actions. Nobody fights on the factual basis of any of the fucking cases. They just say it shouldn't be illegal or that it isn't illegal. But nobody fights on those grounds. Why? Because it's obvious on its fucking face. It's obvious on its fucking face that, yeah, it is illegal what Trump did during the 2020 election. It is illegal. It was illegal what Trump did during the 2016 election. That's what he just got found guilty of. It was illegal for him to hold on to all those documents in Florida. If Trump didn't commit all these fucking criminal actions, if he didn't try to overturn the 2020 election in multiple different fucking ways, he wouldn't be under suspicion of doing these horrible fucking things. But he did do all those things.
To becoming a banana republic.
Oh, yeah. And because he did all these criminal things that damage, on one hand, we can accept the damage to our democracy, that there is a guy that is saying that all of our institutions are completely corrupted, that all of our institutions are completely, out to get all of the conservatives in the United States. We could say, sure, we could totally say that. But is that reality? Is that the true nature of what our country is? No. But he's convinced a lot of people of that. We need to live with that kind of, breaking of norms and, Banana Republic style fucking speech. Or we could prosecute the guy that is doing that is trying to make everyone fucking hate our country. So that nobody ever does it again. Because if we don't send a clear message that, hey, this is unacceptable, you can't cast total suspicion over literally everything the government does, because the government, guess what? Again, is not out to get you. Take your fucking meds. Take whatever antipsychotics you need to stop feeling so paranoid that the government is coming after you day in and day fucking out. And then maybe you'll be able to be a normal fucking person.
And that is not a place America should find itself. We had a lot of feedback on the panelists who took part in our debates this week, including on one particularly controversial character on the panel.
I've heard, and we've heard from pundits on both the left and the right.
Also, if you want to see like actual corruption, look at this guy or the this is George Santos, and then look at the Democrat in the Senate who was getting like gold bars, motherfucker, from Egypt. If you want to see government corruption, look at those guys. And guess what? They were both prosecuted or in the midst of being prosecuted for it. Guess what? When people do bad things in the United States, they get punished for it.
For the last 2 months, that this was the weakest, the most full of flaws. The fact that the process alone that the judge set forward was so convoluted, we still don't know what crimes President Trump is found guilty of.
We do, and it's out there, but you have to have some kind of, curiosity in your mind to like read one news article, maybe two. Maybe watch a video on YouTube of a lawyer explaining what it is instead of just saying, oh, it doesn't make any sense. Because if it didn't make sense, he wouldn't have been found guilty.
George Santos is talking about moral ground. I think I'm going insane here.
Jeremy C6827 said George Santos is utterly ridiculous. We do not have war all over the world. He needs to be cancelled or sent to an institution. Well, to be fair, they're trying to cancel him. He's been chucked out of
he was canceled because he did a bunch of fucking crazy things. He lied about like his heritage so that he could like pretend that his family had survived the Holocaust, I think. He lied about campaign contributions. He misallocated campaign contributions for his own personal, wardrobe so that he could buy like Gucci and Balenciaga shit. Are we going to like try and sanitize the guy that was the first person to be like jettisoned from Congress, I think, in U.S. history, or at least in like the last 100 years? We're going to try and sanitize him? This is like the most open and shut case of, hey, this guy might be a little bit of a liar. This guy might be a little bit of a, philanderer, a little bit of a corrupt person.
Congress, but he's still around, and he's a kind of curious character.
And I believe that he's still facing litigation.
Part of me can't help liking him. And maybe that says something about me, and not in a good way. A veteran pollster, Frank Luntz, was another panelist who provoked a strong reaction.
God help the British if they become like the Americans. You think that the average American looking at this will be proud?
This is coming from a guy that dyed his hair and it doesn't even match his beard.
At Rick McKee 8270 said Frank Luntz is a rhino Republican. He wants the weakness that rhinos display when they betray their constituents, and they always stab conservatives to vote with Democrats against their own party. I'm not sure that's fair on Frank Luntz, to be honest with you, because I think that Frank looks at the polls.
I want someone to give me like some take about the election that isn't just, oh, well, this is a banana republic. Oh, look, the Democrats are prosecuting or persecuting Trump. Like, give me an argument. But Sondsol, Santos did call Nick Fuentes gay to his face. True. That is true. He did do that, and that was funny.
Looks at the state of America.
Someone give me that clip.
Realizes the country is now being effectively held ransom by two very toxic tribes on either side. He doesn't like it. He wants to get back to proper democratic debate and a proper democratic society. I agree with him. But it's fair to say that no one got more reaction than Liberal commentator Francesca Fiorentini, who accused Michael Knowles of this.
You groom your audience for fascism, and you set them up for a complete takeover of the DOJ. This is all about allowing...
I mean, true. Like, what have been all of the commentary from the conservatives. It's just been retribution, retribution, retribution. Constantly, it's been retribution. If they didn't want to have the appearance that they're trying to set up people for fascism, maybe don't have like your entire re-election campaign and all of your party going along with the narrative that we're going to prosecute everyone that prosecuted Trump. Maybe then people won't think that it's a little bit fascistic.
Trump to get away with any crime he wants, as you sort of slighted and sort of, laid out very nonchalantly just a little bit ago. He was impeached twice. Doesn't really matter that he tried to blackmail the leader of Ukraine into digging up non-existent dirt on Joe Biden, but that doesn't matter to you
Joe
or
Biden
your
threatened
followers.
to withhold arms.
You want to make sure. You want to make sure that when Trump is reelected,
of
fascism. He can.
At Jtano-
How dare you accuse me of fascism? Anyways, I'm going to go on my show and accuse all trans people of wanting to fuck children. Like, actually, find a rope. A very sturdy one, so that it doesn't break. Go to the rickety stool store afterwards. Jesus Christ, that is so fucking disgusting. Like, how you're going to accuse me of fascism right now, really? Yeah. We're going to accuse you of fascism because there's more factual basis for that than trans people all want to fuck children.
B said it took less than 30 seconds before a lefty dropped the word fascist. That might be a new record. And
oh no! They said they called him a fascist. I'm sorry. I usually don't care I usually don't put much stock into it when people say, oh, well, this person is a fascist. Because most people don't know what fascism is. That's absolutely true. You know what else is true? Actual, people that I would consider to be pretty fascist hide behind that idea. Like, you don't know what fascism is. You're accusing me of being a fascist because I disagree with you. No, motherfucker, we're calling you a fascist because you literally tick so many of the fucking boxes. It's unreal. And that's this is coming from someone that has actually read fascist theory, who actually understands what fascism is. Yes.
James Bucks, meanwhile, sensed a certain...
Oh, the Santos clip? Let's see it. Let's go.
Accusing me of being a child pornographer, and I can't even hear what he's saying. I think...
1 second. Let's crank up the volume.
Can't have him accusing me of being a child pornographer, and I can't even hear what he's saying. I think that's inappropriate to begin with, and then for that to go on when I can't even...
Just ask him if he's gay or not. That's all I want to know.
Okay, so Suleiman, do you want to ask a question? It's a pretty simple question.
I mean, it's a bit of a dumb question, right?
Asked by a drag queen, by the way.
So it's a question about your sexuality, Nick. I'm not sure how it's relevant, but I'll ask it just because it was asked, and then we'll go to Destiny right after.
I just
not sure if you want to answer that question, Nick.
Deny it, that's all.
What's the question? Well, I don't want to participate in this if people are going to be talking and I can't hear them.
Good. So it was a question. Other guys,
I've been waiting a while.
So I'm going to do this. Myron and then Destiny. So the question after you, Nick, if you want to answer it or not. So George Santos asked the question if you're gay or not, and then Myron wanted to speak, and then Destiny wanted to ask a final question. So after you want to answer the question,
isn't it? Like, that's a ridiculous question. And to be honest, George Santos, the guy who's basically conducted more Islamophobia than anyone knows, ironic that he would say that. But anyway,
all the sweepers. Is there anything else funny in here?
And I have no problem with hard questions, but I can't hear him, and these are not even...
Oh, that's right. I remember. He pretended he couldn't hear. Fucking hilarious.
Hypocrisy in Miss Fiorentina's suggestion. Accusing someone of priming their audience for fascism while defending the act of judicial lawfare is a new level of real-world detachment.
Lawfare. Number one, these people have never heard the term lawfare until Trump. It's been a term, but they've never used that term once before in their life. Until it was useful to defend Trump with. All right? This isn't lawfare. Trump put himself into the position in every single one of the cases. Every single one of these. If you want someone that has, a good head on their shoulders, who doesn't make many mistakes, who isn't going to go out there and say dumb things, isn't going to, do things that, put his reputation or the United States reputation, at risk or into question. Why the fuck would you vote for Donald Trump?
You have a point. Yes, it actually does have a whiff of fascism, doesn't it? Singing your political...
I want to debate Piers Morgan. I almost called him Morgan Freeman. I want to debate Piers Morgan on fucking fascism. Let's go over the fascistic nature of these different movements. Even the blue MAGA movement, okay? Who I fucking hate. When I say the blue MAGA movement, I'm talking about, the insane, rad libs whose entire personality is, fighting off Trump. I want to compare their statements in totality to anything that Trump himself, the people around him, or the people who are, supporting him say. I want to compare them.
Opponents in prison. That's the kind of thing fascists do. So I do think once
What's
again,
the kind of thing that fascists do?
Act of judicial lawfare is a new level of real-world detachment. You have a point. Yes, it actually does have a whiff of fascism, doesn't it? Singing your political opponents in prison. That's the kind of thing fascists do. So,
you know what else is something that fascists do? Say that they're going to wage an unholy war against the people that have gone after them for breaking the law. The kind of people that make their entire political identity around the idea that they're going to get retribution on the people that are, ruining their country. It's all of these things are fucking projection. It's all projection. Because again, the Republicans have tried to throw, Biden in jail. They tried to dig up dirt on Biden before he was even elected. They literally listened to foreign agents from other countries who told lies about the Biden family in order to forward their political message. Meanwhile, all of the domestic laws that Trump has broken, no one contests on the factual basis. They just say it shouldn't be illegal, or that, they're faking it being illegal, or whatever the fuck it is that they say. They are both scum. You can totally feel that way, but the actions on one side do not match the actions on the other side. The desires on one side do not match the desires on the other side.
So I do think once again that my more woke left friends need to look at themselves and think,
yeah, was it fascist when Hitler was put in jail? Was that fascism, or was it fascism when he took the entirety of his, guess what? I'm sorry, this is well documented fucking historical fact. If you're fucking mad about this, find where I'm wrong on this. But the entire time that Hitler was on trial for the beer hall putsch, guess what? He was using it as a podium to say that he's being politically persecuted, that he is going to be the savior of Germany, and that the people who are, prosecuting him now are the same people who ruined Germany. Sorry, it's just so one-to-one that it's hard to, get the correct, time frame down. All right. Remember when Hitler literally said that, I am the only thing that's going to save Germany from this regime? And he got a lot of support because he got arrested and thrown in jail after he tried to overthrow the fucking government? Didn't he win, though? No. Hitler was never elected into office.
Are we now morphing into the very people we despise most? The fascists. Inevitably, many of you make comparisons between Trump and the Clintons. Barbara Owen 45 doesn't think it's fair. Has everyone forgotten Hillary and her server When Trump came into office, they tried to get him to have a tribe, but Trump said no.
See, like, fuck. That thing that I was talking about earlier, where they hammer in one narrative into your fucking head until you just, like, accept that it must be true. The whole, like, Clinton emails thing. Cope, seethe, and cry and piss, cum, whatever the fuck you need. Cry tears of blood. That they didn't prosecute Hillary correctly. There was no evidence that they could find to actually, factually prosecute her with. They couldn't do it. Why? Because there wasn't enough evidence. There was not enough evidence to do that.
The country to run, we needed to move on. He wasn't out to...
Benghazi. How many people still believe that Hillary Clinton did something with Benghazi that was, like, unheard of, super fucking evil? How many times did she go before Congress to testify? How many fucking times? But they couldn't find the evidence to convict her. Why? Because there wasn't any evidence that she did anything wrong there.
To destroy or convict someone. At Christie Smith 3905 brought up the other Clinton. I say we put Bill Clinton in jail. He did much worse when he was in office. He did it while he was sitting president. Yes, actually he did.
No, he didn't. Bill Clinton didn't try to overthrow the fucking government. Bill Clinton didn't fucking, try and pressure a governor to fake vote counts so that he would win. Live in the fucking delusional fucking world all you want, Piers. Trump is a bad fucking person. Yeah. Bill Clinton stopped a fucking ethnic cleansing. He stopped the fucking genocide.
He did. And I like Bill Clinton. Interviewed him a few times. Very smart guy. Very good president. But he did have sex with an intern in the Oval Office. He did pay off Paula Jones $850,000 to settle a sexual harassment case while he was president. And that's considered to be something that's...
Because paying someone off giving hush money isn't illegal. That's not what the case was about. You even in this story admitted that you knew what it was that he was prosecuted for.
Better? He doesn't get charged with anything for that? Really? Compared to one night with Stormy 20 years ago? I think there's a double standard there. Finally, it wouldn't be Morgan's mailbag if I didn't reflect on the constructive and carefully considered comments about me personally. At Joe Coitus Tattoo, which was a bit of an indication that I wasn't going to like what came next. Said, hey, Piers. It's Piers, actually. What do Trump's boots taste like? Actually, they're kind of leathery. Yeah, they're quite tasty. At Walder Marignus 27.
Okay, I don't care about like him memeing on people that were shit talking him. All right, let's just keep going. Sorry, I'm it's so fucking aggravating to me. Like I do really I can have a lot of sympathy and empathy in my heart for a lot of conservatives, a lot of people who had bad information fed to them, people that I disagree with on a lot of different policy things. I'm friends with conservatives. What I can't fucking stand is the victim complex and the absolute destructive nature of the narrative that we're going to, if they're going to bring legitimate charges against, the former president of the United States, who nobody argues on the fucking factual grounds that he did all of these things, because there's public information that shows not only him doing those things in many cases, but also trying to lie about them and being recorded saying that he wants to lie about them. Like in the fucking Florida case. Like, well, could we just lie to the government and tell them that we don't have any more boxes? Wouldn't that just be better? So he knew he had boxes that they wanted, but he wanted to lie to them? And we're going to pretend like that didn't fucking happen? We just have to ignore all of the like painfully obvious things that Trump has done, actually, factually. Sondsol has Democrat apology syndrome. No, I don't make apologies for people that like have done bad things. I don't make apologies for bad things that Hillary Clinton has done. I'm saying on the judicial level, they didn't have the evidence to prove that she did anything wrong. If they had any evidence, then that's fine. Go ahead and prosecute her. I don't give a fuck about Hillary Clinton. I don't give a fuck about Bill Clinton. But Donald Trump, there is evidence for things that he's done that are bad for America. Guess what? I don't make apologies for Democrats who have like actually factually broken the law. Like that one guy who took gold bars from Egypt. She deleted government records. I'm not getting into a deep debate on the Hillary Clinton fucking email fucking shit. All right. The way that I understand everything went down, the FBI couldn't prove that she did anything maliciously, that the deletion of the records that were subpoenaed were done in good faith, and they were also done before they subpoenaed them, is also something that I understand. Like even before they subpoenaed them was when the emails were deleted. So that's not a fucking crime. Well, you know what? If she actually did do something and they had, a reasonable suspicion that she had done something illegal, then they should have issued that subpoena before she deleted anything. But there's no judicial fucking corruption involved there. And you can cope and seethe about it all you fucking want.
Welcome back to today's video. Today is Monday, June 10th, 2024, and stay...
Oh yeah, also, Trump literally campaigned on lock her up, lock her up, lock her up. He let fucking chance about that. But it's all, like, Democrats are literally the exact same as Republicans, though, guys.
We are going to be talking about Donald Trump's campaign style in the 2024 presidential election and how an unwillingness to pivot towards the center, as most general election candidates do, could ultimately lead to a losing campaign for the former president in a position where he is ultimately slated at his best chance at victory ever in his 3 bids for the White House. Now, Donald Trump most recently has been under a lot of scrutiny and a lot of fire, especially following his guilty verdict. Ultimately, he has been some of the main parts of our political discussion, our media discussion, generally everything related to the election, because this has ultimately changed everything. And while the guilty verdict is not more important to voters than issues like the economy and inflation and the southern border, it still does matter a lot to voters here, and a considerable portion of them find that this guilty verdict ultimately renders Donald Trump ineligible for the White House. Now, independents as well also seem to be jumping onto that too. 49% of independents, nearly a majority, believe that Donald Trump altogether should drop out post-guilty verdict, and that matters a lot. The Trump campaign is at a position where he has seen a decrease in support following the guilty verdict, where we see that the numbers in battleground states are actually better for President Biden than they are on the national level. And in a way that sort of makes sense. When it comes down to where President Biden has been spending the most money, you do find it in states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, in these battleground states, and not as much on the national level in other states that you might be seeing decreases in support for President Biden, but ultimately will still vote for him in the Electoral College. And so I think on that end, one, we see that President Biden is making improvements not only on the national level, but also in swing states. But when you take a look at voters that are specifically independent voters for President Biden, you'll see that they have swung tremendously in favor of President Biden against Donald Trump, even if the national average currently shows Joe Biden losing to Donald Trump by 1 point, according to CBS News. And the reason why that matters is because these narrow shifts can make or break an election. But I'm not here to lecture you on that, because we've talked about how these narrow amounts could make or break an election. That's been the point of conversation for quite some time now. What I'm focused on is this unwillingness from the top of the ticket here to pivot towards the center, forgoing moderates in an effort to juice the base, as Politico writes it, or just generally speaking, inspire his core constituency to turn up and turn out come election day because of this guilty verdict. Now, when it first dropped, I think...
Like what I was pointing out earlier with the Trump running like he's running for for class president rather than for, president of the United States. He's making all these promises to smaller and smaller fringe groups, like the Libertarian Party of America, right? I will do so many libertarian things. I can't do a good Trump impression. I'm sorry. I should stop. But he's making like all these promises, like he's going to put cameras in the girls' locker room and have soda come out of the water fountains. Like that's where Trump is at right now. He's trying to find like all these tiny little groups that he can, promise stuff to that he can't actually deliver on. He probably knows he can't deliver on. I don't know. It's just fucking insane.
Many of us were wondering, what is the immediate impact on this in the way he's campaigning? It comes down to campaign tactics. It comes down to campaign tactics against Donald Trump.
Let's go.
When it comes as well, also seem to be jumping onto that too.
No one cares about what these criminals do, Sondsol. It's all theater. I care what these criminals do. And the judicial system cares about what these criminals do. Yeah, the difference between Joe Biden having classified documents and Trump having classified documents is when they asked for them, Biden gave it to them. The same with basically every single president who's ever had a request from the NARA or whatever it is. When requested for those documents back, they gave them back.
9% of independents, nearly a majority, believe that Donald Trump altogether should drop out post-guilty verdict. And that matters a lot. The Trump campaign is at a position where he has seen a decrease in support following the guilty verdict, where we see that the numbers in battleground states are actually better for President Biden than they are on the national level. And in a way that sort of makes sense when it comes down to where President Biden has been spending.
God damn. What a horrible split. 1 point off. It is so unbelievably blackpilling that it is so close. Jesus Christ.
Spending the most money, you do find it in states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, in these battleground states, and not as much on the national level in other states that you might be seeing decreases in support for President Biden, but ultimately will still vote for him in the Electoral College. And so I think on that end, one, we see that President Biden is making improvements not only on the national level, but also in swing states. But when you take a look at voters that are specifically independent voters for President Biden, you'll see that they have swung tremendously in favor of President Biden against Donald Trump, even if the national average currently shows Joe Biden losing to Donald Trump by 1 point, according to CBS News. And the reason why that matters is because these narrow shifts can make or break an election. But I'm not here to lecture you on that because we've talked about how these narrow amounts could make or break an election. That's been the point of conversation for quite some time now. What I'm focused on is this unwillingness.
Whoever is in power points the stick now so they can keep doing whatever they want. Because people like you will allow them to get away with it, say it's for the greater good. What have I ever... Sorry, I didn't mean to delete that. I was trying to click on my game. I don't know what I have allowed or what I condone from the Democrats that is anywhere on the level of Donald Trump. Please tell me. What do I allow them to get away with? What do I not criticize them on that I should be criticizing them on?
From the top of the ticket here to pivot towards the center, forgoing moderates in an effort to juice the base, as Politico writes it, or just generally speaking, inspire his core constituency to turn up and turn out come election day because of this guilty verdict. Now, when it first dropped, I think many of us were wondering, what is the immediate impact on this election? And there were so many different ways that we could have taken this. But I will say this. In the immediate aftermath, it may have been right for Donald Trump, from a political standpoint, to lean into this, to win over more of his own core constituency, and not even necessarily gain voters, but rather solidify the ones he has right now, and in fact make them angry. Channel that and turn it into funds that he raises, right? You're talking $53 million raised in the 24 hours after the guilty verdict. Donald Trump, arguably, when it comes down to campaign tactics, used that to his advantage. Now it's a bit different. What we find is that there is a negative impact of some of the things we're seeing here. The guilty verdict has ultimately found that a considerable portion of the country believes that Donald Trump should go to prison over this. A considerable portion of independents believe that Donald Trump should not even be a candidate in the race altogether. And this brand new poll from CBS News finds that compared to the numbers in March, Joe Biden has gained 17 points to now being in the advantage amongst independent and moderate voters across the country. That is substantial. And that's something that cannot be ignored. And yet, the Trump campaign is entirely ignoring it. And I think this is generally spoken to a problem that I have had with the Trump campaign for quite some time, that there is this level of overconfidence. This level of overconfidence that makes the Trump campaign unable to win over moderate and independent voters the way that a traditional Republican campaign might. Because although Donald Trump might be leading in some of the nationwide polls, he's leading in all of the battleground states. In not one of them, even states he won in 2020, states like North Carolina, he is yet to hit 50%. And that matters. Because the majority of the country, even though may not be unified behind President Biden, is
something that people don't really talk about, like, because everyone says that, like, Trump is leading in the polls, Trump is leading the polls. Again, like, may I point out, if we go to Real Clear Polling, latest polls / president / general election. Wait, hold on. General election polls. General election, Trump versus Biden. Okay, let's do the timescale for beginning of 2024 to now. Trump up 2 points, Trump up 2 points. Uh-oh, they're both dropping down. Oh, wow. I'm actually pretty surprised that Trump's from 47 down to 45, leaving him with just less than 1% on average lead. Jesus. But like nationally, for the past, year, it feels like reset. Like, look at this. All of the red going up means that is advantage for Trump, right? Back on December of 2023, up to a high of 4 points ahead of Biden, January 27th. But it's just been down and down and down since then. It was real close in April. I can't remember what happened in April right here, when both of them took a massive drop. Jesus. But I wonder why there's so much there's not a lot of disunity, right? Like right here you can see Trump goes up and Biden goes down, right? But for the most part, the lines are both going up at the same time and down at the same time. I don't understand why that is. That's interesting. But anyways, what was I saying? What were we talking about? Oh, so on the national level, you can see all of these polls that say that Trump is up, Trump is up, Trump is up, Trump is up, Trump is up. But the national level, just like the national popular vote, doesn't matter for who's going to win the election. Now, do I want Biden to win the election and the popular vote? Yeah, of course I do. Because fuck Trump. But also, kind of seems like when we look at all the important states that are going to decide the election, seems like all of those states are pretty way closer than we would have thought. And that's what's so terrifying to the Trump campaign, is that they cannot court these swing state voters. They can't get them.
Looking for other options. And the Trump campaign...
Like in 20? No, I actually don't remember what the national polling was like in 2020. I think that there were points where Biden was ahead and points that Trump was ahead, and it was honestly a huge fucking toss-up polling-wise.
Has done practically nothing in an effort to win over those voters. And we started to see this happen with the Nikki Haley support that we saw, going to Joe Biden. Iowa voters that were voting for Nikki Haley in the caucus, nearly half of them, 43% roughly, said that they would vote for Biden over Trump in the eventual election. Well, it's entirely on Trump to win over the Nikki Haley voters, because he actually won over Nikki Haley. She said that she will be voting for Donald Trump this coming November because President Biden, in her eyes...
But people who were voting for Nikki Haley in opposition to Trump and said that they would vote for Biden instead of Trump because of, whatever reason. They're not doing it because Nikki Haley wasn't committed or anything like that. They're doing it because they don't like Trump.
Has been a catastrophe. But at the same time, it is on Donald Trump to win over her support, and not on her to rally them behind him. And that's the problem. The Trump campaign hasn't done anything to win over those voters. And so when you find that, especially in the immediate aftermath, after Nikki Haley decided that she was exiting the race, when we saw that Nikki Haley, one of her larger super PACs here, relaunched themselves, not as Donald Trump for president or, unify behind the GOP, they announced as Haley Voters for Biden. This was a pro-Nikki Haley super PAC. People who were fundraising money for Nikki Haley to be the next Republican president of the United States. And they rebranded to become Haley Voters for Biden. This stuff matters. Winning
rough.
over groups outside of your own base matters. And while it may be enough in theory right now to put Donald Trump over the finish line in states like Georgia and North Carolina and Wisconsin and Nevada, and that's a stretch, it will not be enough to win the presidency. Donald Trump's base is not all-encompassing, and yet he consistently acts like it is. And it isn't as if, the Republican Party believes that Donald Trump is right in the way he's campaigning. Many of them are never going to oppose him directly, but some have certainly offered advice. We find that representatives like Kevin Hern from Oklahoma and Ralph Norman from South Carolina say, they support Trump's approach, saying that it resonates with independents and moderates concerned with the law. But on the balance side of it, too, outside of the House of Representatives and people who are looking to their next primary, they need Trump's endorsement to win as, their point of interest here. You find that Republican strategists, though, say that Donald Trump needs, Briahna, I believe, is the one mentioned in this Politico article, says that Donald Trump needs to provide more substantial reasons for moderate but also right-leaning independents to support him. And so you're talking about people here, those elected officials that are sort of yes men in a way for Donald Trump. And I think, we know the reason for that given primary history, rhino history, all of those different things. But when you talk about those who are looking at it from this analytical point of view, many of them are trying to tell Donald Trump this is not the right way to go. Because as much as he is so supposedly, quote, in the lead right now, he could very well lose this election and he would only have himself to blame. Right now, President Biden, approval rating wise, the polls just don't look great. 538 announced today that Joe Biden has hit his lowest point in terms of national approval. And yet in battleground states, voters still prefer him to President Trump. This is a failure on the Republican Party's end, but it's one that can be very easily dissected.
It's because the Republican Party right now is overwhelmingly and catastrophically relying on, misinformation. They're relying on misinformation. They're relying on grievance politics. They're relying on all of these things to attack the Democrats to win this election, right? And it's just a failure of strategy, because I feel like, again, what I've kind of noticed in my own personal, the totality of my view of everything, kind of seems like people are kind of fucking done with the constant bullshit, the constant feeling that we're all going to die, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, everyone's a little bit done with it. And I think that at this point, you're not going to win over any independents. You're not going to win over anything like that by doing this, right? You're not going to get any new voters. You're going to hope that you get the same turnout from 2020 in 2024, using basically the exact same talking points, the exact same arguments that you did back then. It just doesn't resonate with anyone.
And should Donald Trump lose the election, we will look back on this and say, despite all of this rhetoric, that it was Trump's race. We knew from multiple steps that Donald Trump was, in fact, going to lose the election. Factors like these, decisions like these, where he writes off a very important portion of the electorate here, are reasons why I believe that Joe Biden does ultimately pull ahead. Because the Joe Biden campaign has been in active conversation with the Nikki Haley camp, active conversation with groups like Haley for Biden. You are talking about, Donald Trump doing nothing to win over this core base of Nikki Haley supporters, the voters that are the 18% in some closed GOP primaries that are backing Haley despite her being dropped out for months on end. And as this primary season has wrapped up, Nikki Haley still received thousands upon thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, in total millions of Republican votes. And there is yet to be zero effort from the Trump team to win them over. And so I think Donald Trump really is going to struggle in some parts of the country that are being more reflected in these polling points that are looking specifically at independence. He struggles to win over those college-educated suburban swing voters that were key and crucial for President Biden in 2020, that won him the election in states like Georgia, in states like Arizona. Look at Maricopa County. Look at the Atlanta suburbs. You are talking about Democrats doing well because of a combination of factors. But it would not have been possible without a shift from suburban voters that historically had leaned right, voted conservative, in many cases even voted for Mitt Romney. Obama performed worse than Biden in a number of states. Even John McCain did better than Donald Trump in some battleground states. And so when you take that into perspective, Joe Biden winning them over is no accident. This feels very, very similar to what we saw back in 2020 when the Trump team again refused to shift towards the center. Because while in 2016 they may not have necessarily shifted towards the center, he absolutely changed rhetoric, changed approach, and in those final 3 weeks of the campaign season, if you remember this, he addressed it publicly in Michigan. I remember watching this rally live on CNN. He says, my people are telling me to stay presidential, and you'll win the election. He's saying that because that's what they're telling him. I don't know if there's anyone in the campaign telling him something similar this time around. Because in 2016, he was the underdog. And no one in the Republican Party was at his beck and call. Because he was the nominee for president, but ultimately many Republicans thought he was ultimately going to lose. And so he had reason to believe the people that were saying, you're down right now, let us bring you up, and listen to what we say. But then when he got it entirely became Trump's thing. It was his own doing that won the election. His own strategy. Him running his own personal Twitter or Truth Social or whatever it might be. And so Republicans had to shift strategy. Lost in 2018. Lost in 2020. Lost in 2022. And there's one common denominator about this, and it is that it is either the direct or indirect involvement of Donald Trump in that election. Now in 2024, despite some people from the outside saying Trump needs to focus, it seems as if his entire strategy here is to appeal to his base. But that just simply isn't a way to win the election. That longer point here too about the Trump campaign not having the strongest political instincts, I still think holds true.
All right, hold on. Really quick, I need to log into something really quick. I also need to pee and make a quick phone call. So I'm going to take like 3-ish minutes to run to the pisser, et cetera, and all of that. Play my food thing. Link it to me again. Oh, Tales from the Pet Store. Let me scroll up in our DMs here. Here it is. Let me tell you something. So all right. Watch this for just a couple of seconds. And we're going to be piloting. This is going to be the pilot episode, the pilot airing of our new segment Into the Echo Chamber, where we go through on YouTube Shorts. Our editor Tron is gone and specifically tailored the algorithm on this YouTube account to feed us only, either lefty or conservative TikTok/YouTube Shorts for us to comment on. So we're gonna try that. I'm not good at news segments. We're going to try and figure it all out. All right. But yeah, stick around, all right? And let me do... how should I do this? Let's do it like this. We'll do it like this. Oh, hello, you got bigger. All right, give me just a couple of minutes. I'm going to run, take a quick piss, and I'll be right back. Long time ago, my second job was working at this dog food store that sold raw meat dog food, right? It had like, that was also where I did like the food production side of things, right? Where you like grind up, muscle meat and then organs and then grind up bone and put that in there. So it's supposed to be a complete meal. I don't know the science behind it. Don't ask me. I was like 16, 17 years old. Bro, there was one time, some of the funniest customer service stories I have are from that place, dude. There was this one lady that came in with a half empty container of the raw meat food, right? She was a first time customer and she came in like 2 days later and she's like, I have to return this food. I don't know what I'm going to do. I fed my dogs this raw meat and now they have the bloodlust. She didn't say they have a bloodlust or they're, bloodthirsty. She said they had the bloodlust. And she said it about 10 fucking times. They have the bloodlust. They have the bloodlust. I don't know what I'm going to do. They have the bloodlust. And I'm just like sitting there like, lady, you have Pomeranians. Like, it's not like you have German shepherds and you should be scared of them. These things weigh like 8 pounds combined. The overwhelming majority of the volume of the dogs is just fur. You shouldn't be worried even if the Pomeranians do have the bloodlust. I feed my dogs chicken feet. Yep, we also sold chicken feet. Another really great story from there is like we were opening, right? It's 6:30 in the morning, right? We're opening and some Charles Manson looking, right, comes in. This is the summer going into my senior year, right? And me and the like supervisor, manager on shift, whatever her title was, right? We're sitting there, we're just waiting for, customers to come in. Right, it's a very small business, and it's not directly accessible from or like directly visible from the street. So you only get customers that are specifically looking for you, right? You don't get many walk-ins. And Charles Manson walks in, right? This guy's wearing a huge overcoat, right? It's the summer in Houston, Texas. Nobody's wearing an overcoat, right? And he comes in with his scraggly hair and his crazy eyes, and he looks at us and he's like, I came to get the food for my dog. And we're like, oh, okay, you're coming to get dog food? Good. We thought you were coming to murder us, right? We're like, do you remember what food it was? Because again, this was a dog food store. There's a lot of food there, right? He's like, I came to get the magic food. Oh, the magic food? I need the magic food to keep the fingers from growing on my dog. I'm sorry? The fingers are growing out of my dog's head, and I need the magic food that you sold me to keep the fingers from growing on my dog. And I'm sitting there, I'm 17 years old and I'm freaked the out. Like, what the are we gonna do? This guy is about to murder us, right? He says his dog has fingers growing out of its head. Bro, that 4-foot tall bitch walked up. She's like, oh yeah, I remember. She walked over, grabbed like a $3 thing of the raw meat, pulled it over, checked him out, said this is exactly what he needed, She's like, dude, I just grabbed a random thing. I don't think that he knew where he was, so we're just going to get him out of there. Like, was it a tumor? I don't know. We never saw him again. We never saw him before, and we never saw him after. But again, like, the weird thing about it, that whole, like, sequence of events was that, again, this was like, how do I even describe? So, like, let's say that like this is the street. Here, let me hide this for a second. Let's say that this is the street, like the major roadway, right? And then we have let's do gray. We have like a little driveway right here, right? A small parking lot that goes about like this. And it also goes back this way. Right up here. Oh, no, stop. You stay that color. Right here were like the street-facing businesses, like a donut shop, you know. They had like laser tag or some shit. And then we were back here. We were up here. So you could not see us at any angle from the street. There are like, you know, some kind of buildings over here blocking the access for like sight. So you have to be like right here to even see the building, but there's no sign. We don't have a sign on the street. We have no idea how the guy found us, but he walked in very deliberately and knew that we were a dog food store and knew. So somehow he knew. So we were we were freaked out, dude. All right, really quick. Tron, check your DMs. We are back. I'm just logging into the correct YouTube account. Tron, are you there? There we are. That's me. This is this. Uh-oh. Okay, got it. Let me go ahead and get this. Copy. Paste. Not now. All right, now let's go to shorts and see if this works.
This case is about documents.
Oh my gosh. I also decided, hey guys, just so you know, I also decided that this would probably be something that is a little bit funnier if I'm not totally sober. So I decided to grab myself a White Claw. It's strawberry flavored, so I'm not entirely happy about that. And depending on how triggered we get, we'll have to calm ourselves down with a couple of hits off the vape. But as long as we can chill out, we'll be fine. Right, guys? Okay, let me get rid of that. Let me do this. Oh, Tron, how do you want me to do this? Is watching it like this fine? Yeah, let's just go for it.
It's not about an encounter with Stormy Daniels 18 years ago, which Trump has denied. It's not even...
I wish that there was a way to like change the volume on the YouTube Shorts page. Do I have a... Oh, hold on. No, I don't. I don't have anything to change the volume of these things. So it's going to be super loud for you guys. But it ain't going to be for me. I'm about to turn this shit way down.
Even about a confidential settlement. It's about...
Okay, hold on. Let's start back over.
This case is about documents. It's not about an encounter with Stormy Daniels 18 years ago, which Trump...
True. It is about the documents. It's not about whether or not Trump shacked up with a porn star, although that is a very funny reason why these documents were forged or whatever the correct terminology is, falsified. It's just icing on the cake. That's all it is. It's icing on the cake.
Has denied. It's not even about a confidential settlement.
What do you mean? I don't have to hear you now? Bro, I thought that I was muted. Can you change the sound on your sound mixer? I mean, technically I can. Here, let me go to shorts here.
Is that a guy?
Does it get any faster than this?
What? Actually.
It's about...
Maybe it's just this short is so fucking loud.
Breaking news. In a shocking twist.
Oh my God, it's just... They just have horrible audio mixing on the Megyn Kelly show. They just fucking bass boosted the fuck out of this shit.
Case is about documents. It's not about an encounter with Stormy Daniels 18 years ago, which Trump has denied. It's not even about a confidential settlement. It's about whether, when Trump was living in the White House as leader of the free world, he had anything to do with payments to his personal attorney at the time. Were those payments false? Were they done with intent to defraud? The answer is absolutely not. They were accurate and done with no intent to defraud. Moreover, there was no conspiracy.
You list it as legal expenses rather than a what do you call it? A reimbursement. Yeah. What do you mean there was no intent to defraud? You literally falsified what the costs were for. There are little notes on all of these documents taking notes of the criminal conspiracy. Trump's own people went on the stand and accidentally gave too much up under oath and then started bawling and crying on the stand because they realized that they had just put Trump away. The factual basis nobody contends with. At least I haven't seen anyone contend with the factual basis of it that knows literally anything about the legal aspect of this, the financial aspect of this. Anyone who has any kind of even the conservatives who argue for Trump on this don't make arguments that the factual basis is incorrect. They say that the legal theory is completely bunk. And the intent was not there. But the documents do show that there was fraud committed
to influence the election. You cannot convict
Trump's own words. I can't remember if it was a direct quote taken from him or if they played audio of him saying this, but he said that it doesn't matter after the election. Let's just keep them quiet until the election is over. Meaning that the entire reason that they were falsifying those business records were for the election.
Trump on the words of Michael Cohen. There were key conversations he claimed he had, meaning Michael Cohen, with Dylan Howard, with Keith Schiller. Howard was AMI, Keith Schiller was Trump's bodyguard, Alan Weisselberg, the CFO of the Trump org, none of whom were witnesses in this trial.
Guess what? Trump's team also can call witnesses. But they didn't. Why? It's either incompetence from the a very expensive legal team that Trump has put together, or because that legal team thought it would be worse for them to actually go up there and under oath tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help them God.
Michael Cohen is the witness they called.
That is the witness the prosecution called. Why didn't the defense call these other people to the witness stand? Both sides get to call witnesses. explain for us, please, why Trump's team, if they had exonerating evidence or testimony that they could give, why didn't they call them to the stand?
The words Cohen said to you mattered. And he said a number of things to you on the stand that were lies. This case is about documents. It's not about...
Can you try to summarize what this is in a more condensed fashion? Yeah, we got an algorithm. It's trained to love Trump. Now we're going to have to see what this echo chamber is like. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I understand. That one, like,
this
just like literally everything that she's saying here is just untrue. There's nothing to argue with on a factual basis. There's nothing that could change my mind because the things that she's saying are just blatant mistruths. They're just not... like the only thing that she said that was a fact was these two people were witnesses. Why weren't they, why weren't they called to the witness stand? Right? They called Michael Cohen to the witness stand. You know, on a factual basis, I guess that's technically true. But the prosecution isn't the only person or the only side that gets a call witnesses to the stand. Like the best argument that Trumpers have for all of this stuff is that Trump has no ability to hire a legal team. Trump is literally like, he is, he has a 5,000 IQ. He has an 8-foot long cock that's 3 feet in diameter. He is just like, a bodybuilder, physical builds. He's playing 4D chess with anyone. But the one thing that Trump can't do is hire competent lawyers who can call people to the witness stand. They forget that. They also forget to, file motions all the time that lead to Trump not being able to have a jury trial. How do you explain? It's either Trump is just incapable of hiring decent lawyers, even though he's paying them millions and millions of dollars and half of all of the revenue that he's getting from all of the people that are donating money to him, or going towards his legal costs. Yeah, it's like he wanted to be found guilty. Not on this one, though. He didn't want to be found guilty on this one. Because I don't think that Melania has spoken to him since like midway through the trial. I think that there's been like either reporting with some evidence, or there have been rumors. I can't remember which one it is. So take this with a grain of salt if you want to. But I don't think that Melania Trump has spoken to Donald Trump, since Stormy Daniels took the witness stand. I don't know if there was some like extra piece of identifying information that only someone who has fucked Trump, that came out during that testimony, but because it will make it a rallying cry to help him get elected. So Trump is willingly, spending his entire fortune on, shitty lawyers so that he can win re-election. And even that's a long shot, seeing as we just watched a video that said that it has actually cost Trump in the places that it means the most, the battleground states. I honestly think Trump could retrial or lawyer incompetence. I don't think he can, because they put up the best defense that they could,
Breaking news. In a shocking twist, New York Judge Juan Merchan alerted all parties in Donald Trump's hush money case about a suspicious Facebook comment hinting at the verdict a day before it was announced. User Michael Anderson said, "My cousin is a juror and said Trump is getting convicted." Both the comment and the court post are now deleted, after this revelation sparked controversy and calls for a mistrial. Was there a jury leak? Could this be grounds to overturn the verdict? The Trump defense team is investigating, and mistrial is trending.
Well, if that happened, then he might have grounds for a mistrial. I don't know if that's true. Like, I don't know if it's true that a leaked verdict can lead to a mistrial, and I also don't know if the actual like claim is true. But okay, I don't really have much to say on that one.
It's a little ridiculous that in a city where you won't lock up a common criminal, you're going to put a guy who's running for president through all this all this crap where, months before he's running for president, it just so happened to occur to you that maybe he committed some crime.
Do these people have like the memory of a goldfish where like after 3 seconds, all of everything that you've seen in the past is gone? Do you have object permanency yet? Do you have like like Dory from Finding Nemo? You've lost your long-term memory? Because these charges were brought well before 2024. These cases have been talked about for like the last 2 years. Not a couple of months. Not a couple of months.
Put a guy who's running for
Not a couple of months before the election. That's just how long Trump's legal team has drug it out.
president through all this all this crap where, months before he's running for president, it just so happened to occur to you that maybe he committed some crimes. I didn't vote for him the past 2.
I mean, when did the I'm curious. New York, what's the word I want to look for? Trump trial indictment date. Let's see if we can find this. He was indicted March 30th of 2023. A full year before it ever went to court. Do these people just fucking forget? Did they forget, a couple of days later when he was arraigned? Do they forget that he was indicted in 2023? For all of the shit with the Florida case with the classified documents? They forget that happened last year? And that the only reason that one came about was that the entire year before, they were begging him, like, please, we don't want to make this a thing. We just want those documents. We just want the documents. Do they forget, just a month after or 2 months after that, he was arraigned? Did they forget that Trump was indicted last year for the January 6th case and that there was investigations for a year before that? Did they forget that the Georgia case, when was he indicted? A couple of days after that? August 14th, 2023? Did they forget 10 days later he was booked? This really just in the past couple of months, they just all of a sudden remembered? These things have been a long time coming, for years, that we've been talking about these exact cases. But just all of a sudden, everyone remembered that he did some crimes, so they brought him to trial, and immediately they went to trial. There was no pre-trial stuff like that. There was no indictment date. There was no investigation date. They're either not paying attention or they just have the memory of a goldfish, and it's absurd.
Elections, I'll be honest.
That's what
and when I say I'm a supporter, I'm somebody who doesn't support every single thing he says or even does. But at this point, they got me to a place where I will pull the lever for this guy because, what they're doing to
What does that mean, pull the lever for this guy?
him is disgusting. And I think the person we have in office right now is incompetent.
They've taken it too far to where they've awakened independent minds like yourself.
Sure.
He's gone back to being strong on the border like Trump, pissing off illegals and liberals, and his economy is disastrous. His economy is not disastrous, and also the border stuff plays well with liberals right now. So, trolley car? I'm sorry, I don't speak fucking Australian. What the fuck does that mean? Old polling machines, you pulled a lever to confirm your vote. Oh, okay. I've never heard someone use that I've never heard someone use that phrase before. Oh, that's the lever reference? I guess it's to voting machines. Have you not seen the Big Mac Index? Oh man, the Big Mac Index. That's the #1 way that I check the economy. How's it going, Nair? You haven't been in chat for the past couple of days. I felt like you had abandoned me to argue with Joe Lewis in Wick's Israel-Palestine channel in his Discord. Can you skip all the shorts related to the Trump trial? Nah, I don't know. I don't know if I can. Oh, to like the short? Gotcha. You know what? One of these days I'm going to perma-ban you, Esaliken. One of these days I'm going to ban you. And you're going to deserve it. I'm bringing Joe over to the right. You're bringing him over to the right on all of the conservative things that crazy lefties are willing to, go over to because they don't like soy leftism or whatever the fuck. All right. Literally half a hit off of the vape and the I guess full White Claw I had have already had their effect. I will tell you guys this. I haven't had alcohol until the day before yesterday for a month, and I have zero alcohol tolerance anymore. After that surgery, I lost all of my alcohol tolerance. Used to time me out all the time on Twitch. Yeah, but it's harder on YouTube. That's the only reason. Okay, I'm going to finish this one, then we're going to keep on going until we don't get one about the Trump trial.
I think this backfired on them completely because, and I think they're kind of crapping their pants a little bit because this has made him more appealing to someone like me.
Sorry, but the polling doesn't reflect that, because it seems like after the indictment, Trump's numbers have gone down. So maybe just think about that. Maybe just think about the fact that, while your personal feelings might be one thing, I don't know why Trump getting convicted of something would change your opinion on whether or not he's a good president or would be better than someone who hasn't been convicted of a crime. I don't understand why you would think that. But the polling here doesn't really show Trump doing great after the indictment. Again, I am super curious why the support for Biden and the support for Trump surges at the exact same time. I don't understand that. It seems like there have been a couple of times where it's swapped, right? Like it goes up here and down there and down here and up there. But for the past couple of months, it's been basically the exact same. And that's something I just genuinely don't understand. Oh, that's right. We're on a different window.
And even people who I talk to on a daily basis who may not even like him as a person, but the idea of him being perhaps thrown in jail would be crazy. What kind of country is this?
I feel like a lot of people feel that way right now. Democrats have royally messed up. They've shown their true colors.
I think it's a little ridiculous.
Have showed their true
On
colors.
October 28, 1943, government scientists supposedly wrapped a fully crewed ship named the USS Eldridge in a cage of electrified copper wire and began the experiment. But then everything went terribly wrong.
Allegedly, the ship was catapulted through time and space, a period.
Okay, that's not where I thought that was going to go. I'm not going to lie. I thought they were going to say it caught fire or something like that. Okay, let's keep going. Ship travels through time and space.
Everything went terribly wrong.
Allegedly, the ship was catapulted through time and space, appearing at various locations like Chicago in 1969 and Lake Mead in 1983, only to disappear and to continue across the time stream uncontrolled. The Eldridge just randomly skipped across time, achieving a rough form of time travel. What had happened was that afterwards, these sailors had been declared dead, missing in action. So it was a disaster all the way around.
Okay, cool. I was super not expecting that, but okay.
At least one reporter did try to do her job and ask Hunter, while she had him, hello, this was the right thing to do. I think this was a Fox News reporter, about his father's involvement, Hillary Vaughn, in his overseas business dealings. And Hunter actually responded, hello, news media.
It said that stream disconnected, but now we're back. Okay.
You might get a real answer like we saw here. Watch and listen.
Mr. Biden, why did you put your dad on speakerphone with your business partners if he had no involvement in your business?
Do you have a dad? Did he call you?
Yes.
Answer the phone?
Yes.
Okay.
But why did you need to talk to him during business meetings if he had nothing to
Do you have a dad? Yes. Does he call you on the phone? Yes. All right. Case closed. What the fuck?
do with your business?
Whoa.
Right. Good job.
Wait, what did she say?
That's the
What was the last part?
Okay.
But why did you need to talk to him during business meetings if he had nothing to do with your business?
Whoa.
right.
Oh, okay. That's the clip we have.
Right. Good job. That's the question.
This just like shows that you can never answer a bad faith question, even if you're dismissive, because people like Megyn Kelly will take it and run with it.
He's absolutely right. It's not that he's generally.
Why don't you show any proof that there was any, ill-gotten gains on Joe Biden's part? Why don't you show any evidence? Why isn't Congress, who has, been investigating this basically the entire time that Biden has been in office, especially since the conservatives took over the House? Why have they found zero evidence? Is that not like speak anything to you? Oh, that's right. All of our institutions are solely committed to only attacking Donald Trump. There is no reason to ever trust anything that our intelligence agencies say. But oh wait, Russia just said that they're about to drop a nuke if we say anything, if we do anything nice for Ukraine. So better not do anything nice for Ukraine. Like, come on.
Taking phone calls from his dad. It's why did it need to happen during your business meetings over and over? Smart question. Good job to Hillary. At least one reporter did try to do her job and ask Hunter while she had.
Okay, well, let's see really quick. Let's see if this is a good short to react.
In 2020.
Oh, hold on. It's 17 minutes long. We're doing our Into the Echo Chamber right now, okay? We're piloting this new series, this new content generation machine. Dislike it? Well, this one wasn't even about
I think it's a little
this wasn't about the Trump trials.
At least one.
Для нас конечный результат.
Okay, I don't care.
A New York judge may not make, quote.
Man, well, the problem is, Tron, like, it's not, the algorithm is going to be feeding us these channels because we're watching their videos. Right now, all the conservatives are going to be talking about, all they're going to be coping about and all of that shit is going to be the trials. I'm not going to be able to get away from the Trump trials, right? Let's see what this one is.
Hardly a day passes without someone talking about this two-tiered system of justice, so I'm going to get in on the action. Recently, a client of ours was sentenced to...
Jesus Christ, can you not film in a park with screaming children? Please?
4 months in federal prison because she embezzled more than $125,000 from her employer. She was caught, she pled guilty quickly, paid about $35,000 in the money back at sentencing, and the judge said, while you've accepted responsibility, I've got to make an example out of you. I need to deter others from breaking the law. You're going to prison. Let's contrast that with the former state prosecutor, the head prosecutor, Marilyn Mosby from the state of Maryland, indicted, perjures herself, lies, goes to trial, convicted, doesn't even bother to make a statement to her judge at her sentencing. 12 months of home confinement. For clarity, I don't think Marilyn Mosby or my client should go to federal prison. It's a waste of taxpayer money.
Okay.
I never really support Piers Morgan and anything, but this is definitely one of the best replies he ever gave.
I don't like the flag.
Can you do a good intro? I thought I was doing that at the end.
I think it's a piece of...
I never really support Piers Morgan and anything, but this is definitely one of the best replies he ever gave.
I don't like the flag. I think it's a piece of idiocy. I don't understand why it changes every bloody week. And I think the surgery, the gender-affirming care movement, I think it is Nazi Auschwitz level awful.
Mr. Barr.
It is so strange to me the Godwin's Law stuff is actually insane. If you've never heard of Godwin's Law, it's essentially, well, I don't know the exact phrasing of it, but it's like bringing up the Nazis in any political discussion. Let's look what the actual Godwin's Law, short for Godwin's Law or Rule of Nazi Analogies, is an internet adage asserting as an online discussion grows longer, the probability of comparison involving Nazis or Hitler approaches 1. I mean, that's a good description. So basically, any Zionist, I have no idea. Maybe there's a delay on stream. I have no idea. I
never
what
really support Piers Morgan and anything, but this is definitely one of the best replies he ever.
Go on.
I think it is Nazi Auschwitz level awful.
Oh, you're saying any Zionist is going? Well, yeah, Zionists, like the hardcore Zionists, will absolutely invoke Godwin's Law. But like the idea that gender affirming care is anywhere near Nazi level like experimentation on people is tantamount to Holocaust denial to me. Like Holocaust denial. Or Holocaust, experiments that happened were absolutely fucking atrocious. And the only reason you would ever bring up Nazi science is because you're either hardcore politically inclined to paint the other side as disgustingly as possible, or you have never seen anything about the Nazis.
Mr. Barr.
What on earth is that closeted gay man wearing? That is an abomination. That is a crazy load of absolute bullshit. I'm sorry. That is insane. How dare he say that about Auschwitz? Gay people were killed alongside Jewish people and disabled people in the Holocaust. That is disgusting, Piers. That is disgusting. You shouldn't even be giving that airtime.
Well, he's a very famous guy.
Yeah, but we shouldn't be listening to what he thinks. I mean, he says loads of nonsense.
Well, you say loads of nonsense. I don't deplatform you.
That was the epic leonage of the liberal. The conservative idea of what it means to own someone is just completely skewed. He might spew nonsense, but yeah, okay.
They've thrown everything but the
Listen, we're on shorts. We're going to be scrolling through them. Some are going to be hits and some are going to be misses, okay?
kitchen sink at Donald Trump, yet his support keeps growing. What does that tell you?
Is there any part of you as a mother of 2 daughters that this is the man who talked about grabbing women by the pussy? Is there any part of you that feels this is not my guy? I don't think
that anyone's opinion was ever going to change. Well, actually, I should amend that statement. In 2016, I would have thought like evangelicals and Christians would have changed their vote based off of the Hollywood Access tape. All right. Nowadays, I don't think that anyone's going to change their mind based off of sexist remarks from a president, unless they're a liberal, in which case there would be a lot of scrutiny. But there's no scrutiny for conservatives on anything sexist or anything racist. Like, it's always like either a joke or it was Don't you know 13% of the population does 50% of the crime? Who's 13% of the population? Blah, 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 blah. Like, that's what it is. Like, why would anyone still hold on to the argument that, like, man, that grab him by the pussy tape is crazy. You're a woman. Why would you support this guy? They support him because they're sycophants. They support him because they're sycophants and they have no... They don't care what he says. Yeah, it's all media corruption right here.
This guy to be talking like this about any woman at all. Do you not despair for the future in any ways?
Sweetie, I would rather be grabbed by the pussy than have a pussy for president.
Is she saying she would rather be raped than have a weak man as the president? That's some utilitarian calculus I've never heard before in my entire life. That's some crazy shit right there. Okay, let's see what this short is.
The left would accuse someone like me. They would accuse people on our side, on the pro-life side. They would and do accuse us of being the prudes. You know, they say that we're the ones afraid of sex or whatever.
Stop it, Patrick! You're scaring him!
Maybe a little. Maybe a little bit. But
that couldn't be more backwards. The people making it scary are the ones who claim that you need to be able to murder your offspring in order to have sex in the first place.
Yeah, we're putting shotguns to the fetus's head and pulling the trigger.
They are the ones introducing death and murder and...
What is the fucking edits here, dude?
Ones introducing...
What is going on?
Death and murder and bloodshed into the equation. You can put yourself...
Where did they pull these clips from?
Introducing death and murder and bloodshed.
But I am sorry. I literally don't even have a response. Okay, I'm gonna have to try and tune out
in order to have sex in
I'm gonna have to tune out the sound of the clip to listen to what he says, because that's
in order to have sex in the first place. They are the ones introducing death and murder and bloodshed.
Death and murder and bloodshed. I guess it's all in your point of view, man. I guess it's all in your point of view. I don't think abortion is murder. You think abortion is murder. You think abortion is murder. I don't think abortion is murder. Death and murder and bloodshed. I would agree that, like, we are killing a fetus, but I don't think it's murder. Bloodshed?
Into the equation. You can put yourself in a position where there's nothing to be afraid of. You don't have to worry about these things. The left would accuse...
Oh, yeah, hold on. I'm going to listen to this whole... Does he offer an argument whatsoever? Hold on. I'm actually super curious. I'm going to listen to only his words.
Accuse someone like me. They would accuse people on our side, on the pro-life side. They would and do accuse us of being the prudes. You know, they say that we're the ones afraid of sex or whatever.
Okay, so premise one. These people... Or not even premise one, just like part one. These people accuse us of being prudes or scared of sex. All right? But the other side, let's see what he says.
Hey, Patrick, you're scaring him!
But that couldn't be more backwards. The people making it scary are the ones who claim...
Oh, the ones that... So it's not scary to be prudes. Nobody said that it was scary to be a prude. To be fair, it's hard to, but even like the line of logic doesn't even flow through the clip. Tron, please, if you ever clip together my statements, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, even though I know this is probably just like cutting out any silence. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's say that he is, you know, laying out a totally logical, coherent A plus B equals C type argument. whoever clipped this together took out, you know, all of the things that lead to the equal sign and just like brought you to fucking F instead of C.
That you need to be able to murder your offspring in order to have sex.
Yeah, but like, let's just say like, okay, so if the argument is these people are scary, right? He would say like, these people are scary because they're taking away women's right to do this or that. But what's actually scary is this. That's not what he said, though. He said, these people say that, you know, we're scared of sex and that we're prudes. But what's actually scary, like, we're saying that you're scared of sex, but what's actually scary, no. It doesn't, the logical, like, train of thought doesn't go through.
In the first place. They are the ones introducing death and murder and bloodshed.
I'm sorry, I can't get over the fucking... I want to know what YouTube channel he clipped this shit from, man.
Into the equation. You can put yourself in a position where you don't, there's nothing to be afraid of. You don't have to worry about these things. The left would have...
Yes, the way that you keep yourself... The way that you keep yourself from being scared or being put in a position to be scared is by using protection and other forms of birth control. Okay, one more short from chat and then we're just going to scroll down.
The thing about pornography that's really in particularly bad about this too is it's so unnatural. On the one hand, you'd say, well, it's better to...
What do you mean it's unnatural? Bro, from the fucking caveman days, people were masturbating. Fucking monkeys that we're closely related to, that we would like look towards for evolutionary psychology shit. Chimpanzees, gorillas, they masturbate. Most great apes masturbate. Go look up chimpanzee masturbates on YouTube. You're going to find some videos of it. What do you mean it's unnatural?
Look at porn than to cheat on your wife. Wouldn't recommend doing either. But porn is even more unnatural because there's not even another person involved. You know, it's just glittering images.
If anything, like the fact that monkeys will masturbate in front of people using a frog as a fleshlight at a zoo. And there's a famous internet clip of that happening. The fact that that exists disproves this entire argument.
Images on a screen and then you're doing a shameful act with yourself.
Also, like all throughout human history, there were always pornographic images. There were, like, I think in ancient Egypt, there were like pornographic images that were recovered and shit like that. Like, no, I don't want that in my view history. Listen, if you want to fight against the conservatives, you got to look up monkeys masturbating right now. Right fucking now.
What if you were watching it with your partner? And there is data out there that actually a lot of people report watching porn together actually makes their sexual relationship better and they report higher sexual satisfaction. In that context, do you think it's okay, or is it just immoral for you because you're a Catholic?
No, I think the reason that it's bad is one...
Wait, Michael Knowles is Catholic? Okay.
It would turn your sexual desire to another woman. It would cause you to view women as sexual objects rather than as proper subjects. One of the other problems with porn that shapes the way you would view...
You know, sexual objects, we shouldn't view women as sexual objects. We should just, you know, view them as sexual objects for the purposes of, like, you know, the overturning of Roe v. Wade. And then, you know, after that, we should be, like, totally pure about everything.
View all women, including your wife, is that it treats people as commodities. It causes you...
You guys literally don't even think women should vote. I'm pretty sure Michael Knowles has multiple videos talking about repealing, what was it, the 19th Amendment? Oh, God, I'm going to look like a total fucking fool. 19th Amendment. Oh, it was the 19th Amendment. Man, I'm so fucking good.
To sell yourself.
But, like, this guy, like, talks about, like, repealing the 19th Amendment. People that like Michael Knowles, people that like Matt Walsh, talk about repealing the 19th Amendment. And you want to View them as, you don't want us to view them as commodities? What did they do up through the like fucking 1970s when women finally got the right to, you know, purchase a car without a man's name on the title, purchase a house without a man's name on the title? He isn't gay? Michael Knowles, surprisingly, is not gay. I did think that Michael Knowles was gay for years. Here's the clip of him.
Let's be honest, the trouble all started when women were allowed to vote. Wow.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, I was responding.
And
to
who
a
will you
text
be
message.
voting for?
Let's be honest, the trouble all started when women were allowed to vote. Wow.
Okay, well, that was him reading something off. One second. I banged on the desk and my girlfriend thought that I fell or something. I shouldn't do that. Let's finish this.
Self as though you were just merely flesh, you know, for the irrational excitement of some other person, and that is intrinsically degrading because you're a rational creature. The thing about pornography that's really,
This man has never masturbated once in his life, and it shows. Look at that clear skin. Okay, let's keep
I was
going.
a lifelong Democrat. I voted Democrat. You Puerto Rican, you know, you're Spanish, you live in the hood, you're supposed to vote Democrat. But once you start waking up to, you know, the biggest mistake they did was mess with Trump, because that woke up a lot of people. A lot of people, and what they're doing now is waking up even more people. So
Weaponizing the
you
legal
would never
system.
guess all these people here for Trump.
Waking up people. Oh no. This one guy who literally has never said a single thing that sounded intelligent in his entire life. I will pay someone, and I don't, listen, this is money that I don't have. I'll have to dip into savings. I'll have to move shit around. All right. I'll have to stop paying my editor. Okay. Give me one clip of Trump speaking where he sounds intelligent. Give me one. One single one.
You start waking up to, you know,
Waking up to, like, maybe it's just because, like, he speaks to the, like, third grade educated mind. Like, I don't fucking know what it is. But I do not understand people like saying like, oh, he's waking everybody up to all the corruption. Can you show me where the corruption is that doesn't involve, you know, Trump being indicted for crimes? Can you show me where the corruption is? Because we can talk about election finance. We can talk about, you know, media. But no one ever shows any evidence of corruption at any level, except for like maybe the local level, maybe the state level. If there's like, you know, some big event in a state, there are very, very few cases of like elected officials in the federal government ever getting prosecuted for corruption. Not because they don't investigate them, but because there's so much scrutiny.
Old Town Alexandria has replaced crosswalks with the Pride Progress flag. Now, the Pride Progress flag isn't even just the regular Pride flag. It's the rainbow with that triangle.
I will say this. The Progress flag is ugly as sin. It's ugly as sin, and we need to change it back to the regular rainbow. The Progress flag is a little cringe. All right? Trans people are included in there, right? Guess what? The rainbow flag includes trans people. Black and brown people? The rainbow flag doesn't discriminate on race. You can be gay and black. Why do they need a color? Just make it the rainbow again. Because Jesus Christ, the more things that we add onto the Progress flag, the more muddled it becomes, the more muddled its meaning and its advocacy becomes. Please give me the rainbow back.
Triangle with some stuff and I think some racial stuff in there, and it's a little bit more aggressive even than the Pride flag.
Hold on, did he censor trans
Pride flag
stuff?
is the rainbow with that triangle with some stuff and I think some racial stuff in there, and it's a little bit.
He said transgender. Why did they censor transgender?
More aggressive.
Oh, I asked for a clip of Trump sounding smart. Copy and paste.
Would you ever?
Probably not, but I...
In less than 24 hours, Donald Trump will take part in his first presidential debate, primary debate. In 1988, Oprah Winfrey asked the 42-year-old at that time, Donald Trump, about potential presidential ambitions. Take a look at this.
Would you ever?
Probably not, but I do get tired of seeing the country ripped.
Why would you not?
I just don't think I really have the inclination to do it. I love what I'm doing. I really like it.
Also, it doesn't pay as well.
No. But, you know, I just probably wouldn't do it, Oprah. I probably wouldn't, but I do get tired of seeing what's happening with this country. And if it got so bad, I would never want to rule it out totally, because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings, and we're not.
Back with Sam, Vanessa, Anderson.
He didn't sound intelligent there. He did sound more coherent than he does nowadays.
This is our time.
It's crazy.
Old Town Alexandria.
I was a lifelong.
What?
Old Town.
It's crazy that these wars are still happening. I don't know why we're giving them our money.
Well, that's not going to change.
Yeah.
I mean, that might shift if Trump becomes president. I mean, maybe he can get away with some stuff. Maybe he could do some things. He wants to stop the wars.
I want everybody to stop dying. They're dying. Russians and Ukrainians. I want it to stop dying.
He's like the only one that's...
It's so stupid to... It's so stupid to like judge it based off of that. Oh, there's Russians dying, there's Ukrainians dying. Who are the aggressors? It's the Russians. Is it said that there are conscripted people in the Russian army? Yeah, that is sad. But Russia is the aggressor. So we should help Ukraine not lose its land because Russia is aggressing on them.
It's like saying he can stop the wars and wants to stop the wars.
He's the only one that did before.
I'll have that done in 24 hours. I'll have it done. You need the power of the presidency to do it.
But you won't say that you want Ukraine to win. You
know what I'll say? I'll say this. I want Europe to put up more money.
It's crazy that these wars are...
Europe has put up more money, like as a percentage of what they can afford, compared to the United States. Significantly more. Some of those countries, on an individual basis, have given like 3 times what we have. All right. Listen. We're doing Into the Echo Chamber right now. This is a new segment aimed at looking at YouTube shorts from conservative accounts, from far lefty accounts. Basically, just like anyone who has some like weird extreme beliefs, we're reacting to it. We're watching it and we're checking it out. That's what Into the Echo Chamber is. This is the pilot episode. This is the pilot of that idea. I think it's a good idea, and I think that we're going to start doing it a little bit more, but I need to find a good time frame to do it in. So that's my interest. That's my intro, Tron. Okay. Is there something better that I need to say? Because I need to end stream here because it's time for me to eat.
So I think China can take over the mountain areas. China is getting ready for it. They have built these high-speed rails all the way to the border, whether it is Arunachal area, Bhutan area, Ladakh area, all these different areas.
Just conservative, but I want to fucking dunk on the lefties. Next time we can do the far left one. Okay, gotcha. All right, we're doing an intro for whatever video we're doing. Okay. Ooh. Make sure I'm looking fresh and not too disheveled. All right, I don't look too bad there. All right. Welcome to Into the Echo Chamber, where we go over YouTube shorts of different... Okay, hold on. I hate doing this. I hope you know that, Dron. I really hate making intros for things and chilling and all of that stuff. Okay. All right, we're doing Into the Echo Chamber. This is a new segment that we're going to be doing on stream where we go over different echo chambers. Today we're doing echo chambers from the right. And next time, maybe we'll do some echo chambers for the left, but we're doing echo chambers for the right. And we have created a YouTube channel or a YouTube account so that we can just sit here and put ourselves into a right-wing echo chamber. And then we're going to talk about what the right-wing echo chamber thinks. just jump into it.
Caitlin Clark's body check was a failure on women. Bill Maher calls this out and how it would have been different if it was on a men's team.
Women's basketball got on my radar, like everybody's, because of Caitlin Clark and the other girls in the...
Yo, this is going to be the last short we do, but Caitlin Clark, Caitlin Clark has literally exploded the popularity of the WNBA like no other. There has not been a single person in the history of the United States, in the history of humanity, that has ever gotten as many eyes on the WNBA as Caitlin Clark. All right? To the point where, like, my parents are bringing her up to me just around the dinner table. And, man, the other women in the WNBA are ass mad about it because they're not as good as her and they're not as famous as her. And so they're, they're like decking her during the game. They're like crashing into her, shoving her down, fouling her intentionally. Yeah, she's getting picked on hard while playing. It's because she's better. And it just sounds to me like a skill issue. If these women want the WNBA to succeed, it's more likely that their paychecks are going to increase as a result of Caitlin Clark being there. If they all try to beat her, if they all try to up their game, it's just like the unbelievable jealousy of the other people in the WNBA towards Caitlin Clark is fucking crazy.
League are delighted for her success. I'm joking, of course. They hate her. Show the tape if we're getting body checked. This is a game that
we're gonna cheer her on getting body checked. Why?
The other day, and that was pretty deliberate. And look at the other girl on her team coming over. See, if this was men, they defend each other on their same team. Men will fight from two teams. But when somebody checks you on who's on your team, you defend that guy. I'm just saying, men have their bad parts. We're toxic. We're dogs. Only women would do this. Women are catty, even the ones on her own team. Matt Barnes said, my question and my issue is, where the are her teammates at? I've seen a couple of girls smirk when she's got knocked down, half-assed to pick her up. You guys are supposed to be a family. It's your guys
like
you
at
have
this
to
point,
have her back.
At this point, like she's gonna burn out. At this point, she's gonna burn out the WNBA. She's offered millions of dollars to start a new, like, women's basketball league in the United States. And she decided not to take it because she wanted to bring up the WNBA. And they're all body checking her and not defending her and like attacking her, both in the media and on the court. For the love of God, leave her alone. You're going to increase your bag. You're going to increase your paycheck if more people watch the WNBA because of her. And if you're mad that she's better than you, then just become the next Michael Jordan of the WNBA. Skill issue.
And have each other's back.
Like this video, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe.
Like, comment, and subscribe to my video. All right, I gotta end stream. It is time for me to cook dinner. But this has been a fun stream. It's been pretty cool all around. I did get triggered for a little bit because I just don't understand why people would ever be okay with, hunting down their political opposition so that they can get more votes. That's something I'm super against. Personally, in my opinion, hunting down your political opponents on trumped up charges, forgive the pun, I think that's bad. Okay, I'll try it and limit my Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson consumption. What you need to do, and this is going to be my sign off. I do love you guys very much. This has been a fun stream. This will be my sign off. You should limit your Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson consumption, but what you should replace it with is not just some other random guy on YouTube. Don't even take Destiny's views on things for fact. Don't take any YouTuber. Don't take any individual person. There's no individual person that's going to give you the truth of the matter. Have some faith in institutions that are journalistic in nature, right? Which is why I don't tell you to go to CNN. I don't tell you to go to MSNBC. Go to Reuters. Go to the Associated Press. Go to, more centrist, pure centrist, as much factual basis as possible reporting. Because the factual basis is all you need. And then you form your own conclusions based off of that. Right? That's what I did for all of the Trump indictments. That's what I did. Like, I didn't watch other YouTubers for my opinion on the Trump indictments. I read a bunch of articles. I listened to a couple of debates between lawmakers and lawyers who know about this stuff. And that's how I formed my opinion. Don't have faith in anything? No, you should have, you have to have faith in something, right? But you can't have faith in an individual. Look for conflict and truth. Okay, I understand what you're saying, sure. I really do wish you would check out academic philosophy to an extent, though. I mean, I have in my own time, but it's just not something that's just not something that I want to talk about on stream. Having a coherent epistemic and metaphysical ethical basis, I have that. And you say not to the extent that you don't know the extent because we haven't like sat down and had like a super philosophical conversation in a while, at least about this. But like the problem is, like, you're not going to take anything I say seriously because I don't know like the specifics of, you know, some individual philosophers' their ideas on a certain thing. But like that's not what you should be looking for in terms of philosophical soundness. What you should be, you're saying I know more Nietzsche and Kierkegaard and Dostoevsky, whatever the fuck. But that's not how you should rate people's knowledge on philosophical topics, right? Like the basis of philosophy is like logical coherence and argumentation and logical, like nothing's going to break in your philosophical grounding. You can talk to someone who has never done anything academically in their life, and they could have a stronger philosophical grounding than literally any lawmaker or any YouTuber or any scholar that you've watched, just because they personally have that kind of mind. I'm pretty confident I've gone through that more than you have. I am certain that you haven't. Not in the way that it matters. Because I don't think that you have the tools to like stop yourself from engaging in confirmation bias. And I think that that's probably your biggest flaw where you're at right now is confirmation bias. And I have to battle against it constantly. I have to very intentionally go through and make sure I'm not falling into confirmation bias. But that is your biggest flaw, I think. Now that I'm high and slightly drunk. Because I haven't eaten and I drank a little bit and I have no alcohol tolerance. But yeah, your biggest flaw I'm thinking is the cognitive dissonance and the confirmation bias. Anyways, I love you guys very much. I need it in stream. I'm pretty confident this moron hasn't had to pay bills. That's true, Shave Dog's ass. Nice to see you in chat, but you came at a bad time because I'm ending stream right now. I love you guys very much. All right, and I will be catching you guys. Actually, I'm not going to be catching you guys tomorrow because the giant hole in my wall over there with the if you guys can see right here, that's just insulation over a giant hole going down to the street. That's getting repaired tomorrow, inshallah. Inshallah. So, I love you guys very much. I'll catch you guys maybe if we're lucky tomorrow. I wouldn't put too much stock in that, but definitely on Wednesday and Thursday, I'll be streaming then. I love you guys very much, and I will be catching you guys then.